this? I'll let it come up for a second.
We'll call our meeting to order. I'm going to ask Supervisor Tatum if he'll do the invocation, and Supervisor Tommy Cundiff if he will do the pledge to the flag.
Let's pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today just thanking you for all you do for us. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity that we have to serve the community of Franklin County. Lord, I pray that everything that's said and done by this body will be pleasing in your sight and according to your precious will. And Lord, as we go through the remainder of this meeting, I pray that we'll look to you and seek wisdom and guidance in all that we do and say. In Jesus' most holy and precious name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, do any of the board members have any additions, amendments, or deletions to the agenda? I have one that motion I need to make. We can all vote on it at once. It's on the request of the applicant, and I make a motion to amend the agenda to continue the public hearing of J. Scott Schott, the applicant, and Smith Mountain Lake Partners LLC owner, requesting to rezone from A1 agricultural to RPD residential planning development to the September 21st, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting. In addition, I move to allow staff to fast track their applicant for special use permit for private roads so both public hearings occur on September 21st. This is in regards to the Mormon property down off of the end of, that's Mormon Road. That's on Mormon Road, down there off of top of the hill from Bay Rock Marina. That's where that is. And I get a second on that, please.
Second.
Second.
Got all kinds of them there, Madam Clerk. Has anybody else got any amendments, or I need a motion then for the agenda to stand as approved.
I make a motion we approve it as presented.
Second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, you want a roll call on this, or do you just, all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? As the county administrator, we have a digital county award to present, and I'm going to ask him if he will come forward and present that award to county staff in recognition.
Yes, sir. I would ask if our Director of Information Technology, John Harrison, would meet me down at the podium. Members of the board, of course, you know John Harrison, our Director of Information Technology, and it gives me great pleasure for the 12th year to present to our Information Technology Department Franklin County's top 10 placement in digital counties. This is the award that's given by the Center for Digital Government and the National Association of Counties. And more specifically, with this achievement, Franklin County competes with localities in upwards of 150,000 in population. And so with our population, and the competition is very stiff. And this is not only an award this year, this is the 12th year that Franklin County has received this award. It certainly recognizes localities that go above and beyond with their information technology services, e-government services for citizens, our online services, among others, cybersecurity and all those things. And so it gives me a great honor, John, for you and the IT team. I don't know if there's other IT folks with you or not. They're probably back in the IT shop working away. Yeah, they're fighting fire. So, John, congratulations.
I'm hoping the mic works. Okay, good. Sorry.
I just wanted to point out very quickly that this is really an organizational award. It's not what I would classify a technology award. This is sort of showcases the organization's dedication to providing services to our citizens using technology as a medium. So while we take this and put it on our wall, this is really something that speaks more towards the organization's commitment to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
John, could you get the car warranty people to stop calling my cell phone?
We have one signed up for public comment, Edward Crawford with the Glade Hill Fire Station. Mr. Crawford, if you'll come forward, please, state your name and address for the record. Good to have you here today, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Franklin County School Board of Supervisors. My name is Ed Crawford. I've lived at Brooks Point Lane for 42 years in Union Hall. I want to thank you for allowing me to comment on the proposal of the Glade Hill Fire Rescue Building. My background and experience includes 20-plus years of career firefighter, EMT, a level 3 adjunct instructor. I served as technical committees on the NFPA. I'm vice president or past vice president for Virginia firefighters, and I also served as a staff member for the International Firefighters. The Board of Supervisors and the county administration has spent the last 15 years developing the proposal you're considering today, and I thank you for all the time and hard work that's been put into this to get you to this point. The county's made a substantial investment in this project. You've tried to include and included volunteer rescue and fire personnel in the process, and the Board of Supervisors decided several years ago to make any future stations fire EMS personnel combined. This will be the county's first station funded by taxpayers' dollars. It'll be an example that'll be used in the future for future stations, and we know the development and growth in this county is going to demand and require you address these needs in the future. I want to thank all the volunteers in the county, both fire and rescue. I want to thank our career staff and our growing career staff and the public safety personnel. Hopefully this new station can be used as a tool to attract new volunteers and a place to train and gather. And I hope the new station somehow will display the history of the Glade Hill Fire and Rescue Departments. I realize the combination volunteer fire rescue will have some challenges. I experienced this first time in Roanoke City while we went through the merger in Roanoke City Fire and EMS. And I hope that this Board of Supervisors will vote yes to move forward on this proposal. And I hope that the professionals, both paid and volunteer, will work together to make this happen. I can only guess what it will cost to us in the future for increased stations and for personnel. But it's not going to get cheaper 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years from now. I want to thank you again for allowing me to address you about the subject. I think it's a much needed service. It's a much needed station. And I look forward to seeing the construction take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. The consent agenda, remind all the supervisors, if you have any questions about the consent agenda, that you can contact staff prior to our meeting. They could probably answer any of the questions that you have. But what's your pleasure on the consent agenda?
Make a motion we approve as presented.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, there are none. Introduction of the Smith Mountain Lake Chamber Executive Andy Burns by Zach Wimmer, Chairman. Mr. Wimmer, if you'll come forward and introduce. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here before you. Before I introduce Andy, just for those of you that may not know me, Zach Wimmer, I'm a financial planner here in Rocky Mount. I have the pleasure of serving on the board for the Historical Society Community Partnership. Thank you so much for your support there. And my wife and I, we live in Mr. Mitchell's district. We are active members of Boones Mill Baptist Church. So it's an honor for me to be the representative of the greater Franklin County community to the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber. So we did an exhaustive search this year to look for a new executive director. We came up with Mr. Bruns. He has an extensive background in local media. And so with that, I want to introduce you to him. I think he's going to do great things for the organization, and we really want to be able to build bridges and have a great working relationship in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Having interacted with a few of you, Lori came to our leadership class a couple weeks back over at the 4-H Center on the lake, and Chris was at Franklin County Connects just last week, I think it was, and was gracious enough to get us on the agenda today. And I have zero agenda with me. I have nothing prepared other than I want to ask the question, what can the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce do to make sure that Franklin County and Rocky Mount become, fabulously successful? Because if we do that, my job is a lot easier. I get to play a lot more golf. It becomes very easy to do my job if you guys are wildly successful. I know there are things we can do together to make that happen. I look forward to, I've already interacted with both the county and the city economic development folks, and I love big ideas and throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I've always been that guy who, if we shoot up here, we may land here, but that's a heck of a lot better than shooting down here. So let's come up with some big ideas, see what we can do together. I know what an asset Franklin County is to the lake region and vice versa, and I think it's something that we should just leverage and make great. So if anybody's got any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But I read your agenda today, and so I don't want to get up here and speechify. You guys got a lot of work to do today, so if anybody's got any questions, I'd be happy to field them.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Andy.
it.
We got scheduled for a break, but if we don't need it, maybe we can get caught up here on some stuff. Is everybody okay? All right, Brian, are you ready? Mr. Cassell with VDOT, if you'll come.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Glad to be here today to give you guys the VDOT road report. Fairly brief today, I believe. I'll start with the maintenance activities for the previous 30 days. We have Route 1340 Sleepy Hollow Road is now 99% complete. We only have to put the guardrail up, but it's open to traffic, and so we're thankful to get that pipe replaced. And then Route 723 Lucy Wade, that is also completed. So moving ahead for the activities in the next 60 days, we have Route 854 Tom's Knob, and that is scheduled here for this fall. We're thinking late September, early October. We have Route 923 Clark Hollow Road. That is currently under construction. That's a low water structure replacement. And then our patching operations for the 2022 paving schedule. We've got Route 220, which is from Route 40 to the 697 Brick Church Road. We have Route 116 Jubal Early Highway, patching from 635 Bondbrook Mill to 684 Boones Mill, and also on Route 619 Sontag. That's the entire route. Over on page 2, we've got a few land development activities. We have some water line installation on Grassy Hill continuing Route 919. And there's water line construction on Route 220, or actually water and sewer has been constructed on Route 220. But we have a continuation of that project. Construction activities, we have Route 40 Franklin Street, the bridge over Tharp Creek. I'm happy to report we got a message earlier today. The road will be open today if it isn't already.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad to report that today. We've got Route 834 Brooks Mill Road. That safety project is underway. And move on to page 3. And the only thing I have to report there under the traffic studies, we've got Route 734 and 709. That's Carolina Springs and Hopkins Road. We did remove the island and we did some restriping, put in a somewhat of a right turn lane to try to separate traffic and improve that intersection. And then we've got Route 663 Lakestone Road. We got a recommendation and we'll post that road at 35 miles per hour. And then lastly, Route 1109 Nature Lane. We have a posting of 25 miles an hour for that roadway. So that concludes our report for this month, but I'll be glad to answer any questions y'all might have.
First of all, I want to thank you guys. Lisa and Eddie came to my town hall last week, and it was very helpful having them there. There was a couple roads that were mentioned. Is Lisa, did I see Lisa here?
Yeah, she's
Was
here.
it Robin Wood? What was the gravel road they were having trouble with? Woodwinds, yes.
Winds.
I think there's one spot that they're having. They kind of mentioned there was one spot that was really bad. If we can maybe consider doing tar and gravel, or maybe even a stretch of asphalt just to fix the washboarding in that one spot. Can you just look at it?
Yeah, I'm sure they took good notes, but I'll make a note of it now and
Yeah.
talk with them about it.
And Lisa, I emailed you back Mr. Sigmund's contact information for the school bus turnaround sign. So that's in your email. And thank you so much for the intersection change. I think it's going to be a lot safer, not have to worry about the trucks cutting the corner and
Very good.
hitting somebody. Thank y'all for everything you're doing. Appreciate it.
Anyone, Tom?
Oh, yeah, I gotta say something. I got to. First of all, thank you for 834, seeing the ditches out. That really looks good. It really does. It really looks good. And I would suggest on this Back Creek deal that y'all probably get a heavier compactor or roller or something other, because that road still shoot. You know, Mr. Tatum and I talked about that the other day.
Yeah.
I drove him out. But no, seriously, that new paving, that's still like this. I can't believe it.
I'll ride it and check it out. We'll see if it's the final surface.
And but like I said, you might need to go to a 100-ton compactor. I don't know. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. But anyway, do thank y'all for what you do.
Yes,
I really
sir.
appreciate it. And I know you get tired of me saying about the Back Creek, but it is still on my radar. So, but anyway, thank you all for what you do.
All right.
Ms. Bryan, I just want to thank you all for the work down at Hardy and 122 on the roundabout. My experience is that the traffic disruptions have been few. And I can only think of maybe one or two occasions when I have sat very briefly, and stopped traffic. So I just want you to convey my gratitude to those working on that project. I think it's, from at least my perspective, it looks like it's going really well.
Yeah, it appears that it is. They're moving along very nicely, and there were some delays. I sat through it myself intentionally to see what they were like, and generally they were less than 10 minutes. So,
Yeah.
Thankfully. And the other thing about that is the decision to build a roundabout out of traffic is really what drives that. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Brian, I think Tommy's got something else to say. I think you forgot to ask about the guardrail back there.
No, I just this Colonial Turnpike between Mr. Leland Mitchell and ourselves, I really appreciate the speed that they're doing it. It looks like it's going to be open before December.
It looks like it will be. I don't want to commit to anything, but we're hoping.
Yeah, but anyway, I rode down there the other day, and it's fantastic what they're doing, how they're doing it, and it really got on with it.
They did.
Maybe you can get the people from Back Creek going and look at that bridge and see what they think. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
All right, y'all
I
have
appreciate
a-
you.
Thanks, Brian.
Mr. Carter, Brian Carter. Got another Brian. Your turn.
Where is she?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So for your finance report today, this is the first month of the new fiscal year, so we kind of hit the reset button on a lot of our figures, a lot of our percentages. So a lot of things you'll see really only comparing 1 month might fluctuate, not a big deal. At this point, we're 1 month through the year. We'd be about 8.3% would be what we would expect. On the revenues that are monthly, we are seeing around that at least, if not exceeding it. So that's a good sign. On the expenditures, the only items that are above that mark are the similar ones where we normally have our upfront costs, our insurance that has to be paid annually at the very beginning of the year, our maintenance service contracts, and also certain contributions for our member organizations. A lot of those get paid in July. So in your general and financial administration and your community development, it front loads those accounts a little bit. So no concerns on the overall look. Graphically show that to you. You can see the one red dot for the current month of the fiscal year. We're about in line. They're a little bit, the revenues, they're a little bit up. It's not too significant, but in line with what we would normally expect in normal revenue growth. Break that down a little bit further for you. You can see most are in line when you compare to the prior year. That green line is the prior year. Yellow bars are the current year. Really the only thing that is significantly up is the state revenue, and that's really mostly a timing situation. That's actually kind of a social services CSA timing situation, just with when it came in last year, how expenses and the associated revenue came in. So that should even out as we go forward. So to break down a little bit further, we do not have real estate and personal property, again, because that resets, so we really won't track that till October. It's very minimal at this point, not worth really going into detail. For your local sales tax, we are seeing an increase compared to prior year through July of about $47,000, 8.9% growth. So that is very positive, very solid growth for first month of the fiscal year. You can see it graphically. We're still trending, so we'll hope to continue that. Meals tax, we are seeing an increase, which is good increase, 19.4%. You can see how much higher it is compared to the prior year. It's almost $24,000. So we're seeing a very good rebound in our meals. Transient occupancy is pretty static, about 4%, about almost $1,200 compared to prior year. So as a reminder, we did have our additional 2% that was effective July 1st. For our transient occupancy. However, what's received in July was collected in June. So this does not have that increase yet. And depending on vacations and when people book ahead, you may take you a few months before you actually start to see that. So we'll keep an eye on that. So for the expenditures, when you compare to prior year, they are down a little bit. A lot of that ends up being timing, nothing significant. When you look overall, you can see some, mostly across the board, a slight increase in general categories. One of the things that is going to be accounted for, just be mindful of the board, is the cost of living increase that was approved for county staff. Another thing I'd remind is on the public safety side, we also had some increases specific to law enforcement for the sheriff's office. So you're going to see probably as we move through the year an increase over prior year in public safety expenses just by nature of those personnel. There's the two largest departments other than social services. And so for health and welfare, break down a little bit. You can see they're fairly even. CSA is down. That is a timing, again, that will even out as we go through the next 2 to 3 months. So unassigned fund balance, this is similar to what was reviewed in work session yesterday. So right now, the unaudited number is about $34.2 million for the end of the year. 2.7 million of that is associated with savings from the school system. Unaudited, they will, of course, be adjustments that are still made till we have the final audited numbers. When you also back out your 20% policy minimum that is reset with the new revenues, the higher revenue structure, it leaves you about 9.9 million above our current policy limit. What I'll say to that is keep in mind that we still have $7.5 million of CARES expenses that have to be audited. So being a little cautious there. 90 to 95% sure the auditors will not find anything because I think we're very diligent on that. But that is a little bit into that number. So we're also keeping an eye on that in case for some reason the auditors find a comment and the federal government decides they want their money back. But that is a minute possibility, but it is contributing to that $9.9 million number, the savings from that CARES Act. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
The 9.9.
Yes.
What was our fund balance last year? Was it 3.2, 3.3?
The minimum above was 2.9.
2.9.
Yes.
And I apologize for not being here much yesterday, but is most of this leftover funds from last fiscal year?
Yes, it's a combination of, it's basically the prior year surplus added to the 2.9 from where the prior year ended.
And we're required to keep how much in there?
You're not required to keep any, but the policy minimum of 20%, which
Oh,
is
the
best
20%.
practice, is that 21.6 million.
This is above and beyond the 20% we're
Yes, sir.
required to keep. Gotcha.
You're correct.
Okay.
Okay. So just a quick update on the American Rescue Plan. There really is no significant change. General Assembly did appropriate funds, and that was reviewed with you. Staff's still kind of wading through state guidance on how we access that money. Patience is still key. There's a lot of funding streams coming out of this, so we're still monitoring that to best leverage the dollars that we receive locally, and guidance is ever changing. And just a quick economic update, there's not significant news on the state level per se, but we had another month of inflation. It was 5.4% in July. It mirrored the inflation in June, so that's 4 straight months of inflation. It depends who you ask as to how temporary that is from an economist standpoint. I think a lot of the inflation is going to depend on how much infrastructure Congress passes. I think the more they input into the economy, the higher and more sustained inflation will be in the long run. And that's it for the finance report. Be happy to answer any questions.
Brian, I just want to take a moment to commend you and your office on CSA. Sitting on the CPMT, I am impressed and quite amazed at the work and the level of detail paid to that, and it has such an impact on our budget, obviously. But, I just want the board to know how very confident that I am on behalf of the board with the work that's being done. And again, I commend you. I commend your staff. You all are doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
Brian, when would, and if it needs to be in other matters later this evening, and I'll lead on County Administrator, the canneries, now that we kind of have a firm number of our leftover funds, I'd like to see $100,000 put towards the canneries, $50,000 for Glade Hill and $50,000 for Callaway for the upgrades they need. I'm really starting to get concerned of the health and safety with some of the boilers and the conditions. And is now the appropriate time, or should I wait for other matters later in the evening to try to get some funds for the canneries?
I think that depends on the board. Ultimately what I'll tell you from the use of fund balances, we've asked for departments as well for their rollover needs. So probably the September meeting will have a complete rollover request for use of possible uses of that increase. But as far as when you want to bring that forward, Mr. Mitchell, I guess it could be now or under matters by supervisors. Mr. Gwynn may have a better.
Mr. Chairman, I'll seek your guidance on this, please.
We will, I'll ask for consent to put it on the September agenda for that. I have the consent for his request for monies appropriated, a certain amount of monies for the canneries. Is there any problem with staff coming up with the plan and having it on the September agenda? We can do that on a consent. We don't have to vote on that.
And I would 100,000, 50,000 for each cannery.
Yes, sir.
And we're talking about rollover.
With this carryover funds, coming from the carryover funds. And Mr. Mitchell?
Who will spend this money?
That's what it's to go on the September agenda to be discussed and talked about.
So
And all of those questions to be answered and ironed out. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, I have a somewhat of a response to Mr. Mitchell's questions, if that's all right with you. From what I understand, since the school oversees the canneries, we'd have to give the money to Dr. Cobbs, and then she would get with Jason Williams, I believe, would be the person. And then the county did a nice study on the needs of the canneries, and we need to look at that study and get with Mr. Williams and see what immediate attention the canneries need. Right?
I would like to see it even going out a step further to come back with what you were talking about with other departments, with the needs for everybody in September from what you were talking about discussing earlier.
Yes.
And for that to be inclusive into that. It's basically the same thing, it's just getting more instead of just one.
Mhm.
How's everybody feel about that?
Like a tick list of,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think that's a good idea.
Set up pretty much a consensus then with the board to do that then for staff, to come back with that.
And if you
Okay.
would, see if there's any carryover left from, what we appropriated for cameras this year.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, Mr. Carter, you got the employee class and compensation plan?
Yes, sir. Well, there we go. Get this out of your way one day. I'll move on. So, so I do not have slides for this, but in your package, your executive summary. So, during the budget process, the board directed staff to move forward with employee compensation, market pay study. And we did so. That request for proposals was issued in May, received on June 7th. And so staff, a selection committee of staff with several departments, representatives from county administration, from finance, human resources, sheriff's office, public safety, general properties, and public works were on this selection committee, reviewed all proposals, ranked and selected the top 3, and those were interviewed. After the interviews, the top candidate ended up being Evergreen Solutions, and that's what we have before you for a recommendation from the selection committee. So a lot of the things that the study would address, Evergreen did address succinctly. We felt pretty confident about their proposed approach, about the deliverables that would be part of this process. We also like the fact that they have done similar engagements, especially with attention to public safety recently in other localities. And so ultimately, they did offer a fixed price not to exceed $42,500. So it's a fairly competitive price for as comprehensive as the study request was. So with that, that's the recommendation of the committee. Should the board decide to award, staff will work immediately. The firm said they estimated 4 months for a timeline. So if we can get started, we will have the information well in time to inform the 22-23 budget process.
Has anybody got any questions of Brian in regards to this proposal? Bonnie?
I have a question. I'm going to talk about it. I'd love to make a motion and see it move forward today. I understand we got a study that's going to take months to get this, but something that I feel needs immediate attention, and I'm going to try to get this out there and not get myself in trouble. But here it goes. All right. Slap me if you need to, county attorney. But one thing that I want to make this board aware of that I don't think there's anything that's been done wrong, but it's something that we need to address. So in Franklin County, we have 37.5-hour employees, and then we have 24/7 fire and EMS paid paramedics and firefighters, correct?
Yes.
That's about the only 2 different groups of employees we have.
We have some 8
Right.
hour.
So what I want to get out there is no fault to anybody, but public safety used to be just 12-hour shifts. Now they're all 24. So in Franklin County, I'm going to use, this is more of a math lesson than anything. I'm going to try my best to explain this. So we have a 1 to 5 year bracket for employees, okay? The employees that work 37.5 hours a week, which would be all employees other than your 24/7 employees, both groups in the 1 to 5 year bracket both accrue 11.3 hours a month. All right, so that's 135.6 hours a year. All right, if a 37 and a half hour week, and correct me if I'm wrong, if when they want to take a day off, they burn 8 hours.
Right.
Or 7.5
7.5.
hours. When a 24-hour employee wants to take a day off, they have to burn 24 hours.
Yes.
So what that equates to is 18 days off a year for a 37.5-hour employee, correct? 5.65 days off a year for 24/7 or 24-hour fire EMS employee. Now, in our meeting yesterday, Davenport advised us with refinancing the loans, there's $50,000 to $110,000 extra that the county has that can be put towards operating every year. Did I understand that correctly?
It is extra. It is currently used to continue to put into debt service for a reserve. It would have to be reallocated from there. But the savings are part of the debt model, yes.
All right. So,
Yes.
so what I asked Mr. Carter to do was to, I got some information. We used Roanoke County Fire and Rescue as a model to look at what they do for their employees, fire and EMS. And they do give more hours for paid time off. And I'm asking this board for, as far as recruitment and retention for our paid fire and EMS employees, that we look to have a similar model to Roanoke County Fire and Rescue so we can be competitive and retain the men and women that we do have out here in the field working and possibly recruit some new firefighters and medics for some of these paid positions. That comes with about a roughly $83,000 price tag.
With current staffing levels at current hourly rates and years of service, it would be about an additional $85,000.
Right.
Yes.
So, and I think we need to move, and I'll be glad to make a motion today because I think this is really important for the county, for our fire and EMS staff out there working. They work with our volunteers every day. Great working relationship out there on the scene, getting the job done. And I think it would be a great thing for our paid fire and EMS people. After the meeting yesterday, we have no problem affording this. It's something that when we go to budget next year, it's got to come right off the top, and I understand that. And I want all the supervisors to understand, which I know they do. But, just a real quick recap. You're looking at 1,000 more hours a year that the fire EMS people are working, and they're only getting that 5.5 days off because they work 24-hour days. And I think if we model what Roanoke County, it takes it to about 9 days off for that 1 to 5 year bracket. So it'd be like 9 24-hour shifts. So I'll be glad to put a motion on the floor.
Mr. Mitchell, we were talking about the compensation and classification study.
Mm-hmm.
What you're talking about sounds really important, and I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. So we need to set aside some time to discuss that in regards to the exact thing you're talking about.
All right. Yeah. I brought it up because I was advised this was the time to bring it up. So.
And I think it's from what I'm hearing, it sounds like it's okay. I don't know what the rest of, but I think it needs to be a particular time set aside to discuss that.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we want to try to make it have a work session on it before our next meeting, so it'd be something we can vote on in the September meeting? Can we agree to have a special work session on it before our next meeting?
What all is on our work session coming up in?
Sure.
Have we got
in
time to
September.
put it on there?
Yeah, I think so, Mr. Chairman. Interesting, under my items, I was going to talk about our next work session. Under my items, I was going to talk about our next work session. But yeah, there should be some time in September to discuss this, either at the September regular meeting, at your regular board meeting, or the work session. I will say, in terms of your next work session, previously we were going to look at public safety, and we know our public safety comprehensive master plan and so forth. That's still, I know, a topic and an item that we want to have in a work session. The more timely matter before the board is redistricting. The numbers have been released from the U.S. Census. we will have to redistrict all that has to be in place with our election districts by January the 1st. And so we need to get that information in front of you all sooner rather than later. And so there's some thought in terms of the September work session, in terms of advancing the redistricting, because that's a very timely topic that by law we've got to address. But given that, and perhaps an update on our ordinance, our solar ordinance, we heard some of that from the Farm Bureau last night, and the work of the Planning Commission. And then this item that Mr. Ronald Mitchell has brought up, certainly I think we could take care of all three of those items in your September work session, if that's the pleasure of the board.
The consent of the board to do that?
Yeah. And thank you guys very much. It's really important.
Yes, sir.
I think in that work session that Billy Ferguson should be called in on that work session too, to give us his input
Yes,
on
sir.
that.
And, Mr. Chairman, I think in our discussion yesterday, we need to keep that reserve fund. I believe I'm correct.
More reserves are always better than less reserves. But I
Well,
think
I
on a
was-
recurring item, it would just be in how we implement it and how we plan it, knowing, as Mr. Ronald Mitchell said, that come next year, we're going to have to fund that on a recurring basis. So completely up to the board on that.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm talking about $83,000 here. That's,
Yep, we had, something over 100,000 in it, in that reserve fund.
We had $1 million in a budget stabilization reserve.
Mhm.
We have several other smaller reserves.
Yes. All right.
Yes.
But I was just thinking, that we might have to look somewhere else for those funds versus looking at the reserve fund.
Yes, sir. If we did, it would definitely be a 1-year stopgap. But we could look in trying to find a recurring source in the existing budget for that work session.
All right, we got a consensus then to get that on the agenda to work on that.
Thank you,
in our
Mr.
next-
Chairman.
In our next session,
Okay.
work session on that. Let's get back to what the original talk was about, and that was the employee compensation and classification study with Evergreen Solutions LLC. Is there any questions to Brian in regards to that topic? If not, I will entertain a motion at this point. What's the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I will offer a motion to award the contract for an employee compensation and classification study to Evergreen Solutions LLC for a total not to exceed a fixed cost of $42,500 using funds from the Market Study Reserve Account 9103-55901 and authorize the county administrator, county attorney, and director of finance and human services to sign any contracts necessary to execute the agreement and complete the project.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor by signifying yes?
Yes.
Opposed? Madam Clerk. All right, we
take 5.
let's take a 5-minute break and come back, and we've got Mr. The building official and Beth Sims. I'm going to ask them to get ready, and we're a little bit ahead of a schedule, and we'll take about a 10-minute break here and do that. Here comes Mike now.
chairman has. Bang the gavel.
Well, we're ahead and we need some time in closed session.
Okay.
So we're trying to make up some time there for that.
I appreciate it.
Is Mike, are you ready, Mike? I know we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Are we ready? If you're not, we can go ahead. I got somebody else that we can go ahead of, but if you're ready, let's go. Thank you, sir. Come on. Mike Thurman, Capital Projects Manager. It's going to be in reference to the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire and the EMS station, Franklin County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board member. Just briefly, as you know, in June, the board authorized staff to advertise and secure bids for the new Glade Hill Fire and EMS station. We did so, and on July the 27th, we opened those bids publicly over in B75. Anyway, we had 7 bids, and Thompson Litton representative Jack Murphy and Barry Collier, they're here today basically just to answer any questions. I think your packet had the 7 bids received, and I'll depend on Jack and Barry to better explain. If you have any questions, Blair Construction of Gretna was a low bidder, apparent low bidder, and I think everything was in keeping with what we had asked for. But with that, I'll just ask Jack and Barry to come forward and
Hey, how are you fellows today? Good to see y'all. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Do you have anything to say in regards to the bidding process?
Well, we were prepared to kind of walk you through step by step what
Thank you.
transpired over the last 6 weeks or so. If you'd like us to do that, it's really
Thank you.
just a quick outline of
Thank you.
your
Yes,
package.
sir.
So I'll let Barry do that as our project manager.
thank you.
Man, they just passed it right on down the board right to you, didn't they?
Keeps going.
You got anybody here that you can pass it to?
I'm looking, but. So as Mike mentioned, on July 27th, we opened 7 bids. All 7 bids appeared to be responsive. The bids included the base bid, which includes the construction and the allowances that were in the contract. There were also 3 unit prices, all 3 of which were related to site work. And there were 2 add alternates that were included with the bid as well, which were related to an exhaust capture system and mineral aggregate surface on the bay floors. The bid was based on the base bid amount and the 3 unit prices to determine the lowest responsive bidder. And the contractors are also requested to provide their number of days to substantial completion, and that was done as a way to help mitigate some potential cost savings. And as it's indicated in your packet, Blair's bid came in at $4,699,000, approximately $74,000 over the last construction cost estimate. And if we were to look at the 2 add alternate items, that would raise the bid to $4,790,000.
Would you repeat that figure, please?
The last figure, which is if you include the 2 add alternates, which were not used to account for low bidder, that brings the total price to $4,790,000.
All right, thank you.
And then just as indicated on the bid forms, all 7 bids are good for 60 days from the bid opening.
So they're good for, you say, from the bid opening?
Correct.
Or does anybody have any questions of these gentlemen in regards to the bids?
Let's see.
I have a question.
With the bids?
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
And I may have overlooked it, but how long are these bids good for?
They are good for 60 days, which is September 25th.
September 25th?
Correct.
Okay.
And just for clarifications, and I see that on here, that does include the exhaust system and the aggregate and everything. Okay. Any more questions? Is that open? Mr.
I hope this pertains to this. I've had questions about some of the characteristics of the station. And, you know, like when you walk in, the lights turn on, stuff like that. Isn't that part of what we have to do for the future? That and the like I said, the station's being built for 50, 75 years ahead of us. So I'm all for whatever we can get that will help the firefighters and the paramedics. And if a light turns on when you walk in, nothing wrong with that I can see. But, is that part of the future?
So design and material selection and choices were looked at and evaluated for a 50-plus year building. There are some of the additional items like occupancy sensors and automatic lighting, which are code required elements that have to be included.
Right. So those are really mandated.
Correct.
What we have to do. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any more questions in regards to the bids?
The automatic lights are required now? Is that what I just heard?
The occupancy sensors to activate them and shut them off when they're not in use. Thinking is it's from an operational standpoint, it'd be costly from an energy standpoint.
Okay.
Not required in every single space, but in the main areas within the building.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted a little clarification because for Tommy's benefit, it sounded like it was required now. One more question, Mr. Chairman. You guys said that the last pre-construction estimate I remember was 5.2, but the latest one was 4.6 or 4.7?
So the 5.2 includes soft costs, and maybe I should have clarified that. The numbers that were presented in the packet are all the hard costs related to construction numbers.
So what is the total price of the whole project? Is it 5.2, 5.3 million?
I believe that's the number in the back of the packet.
I think that's the number that everyone here wants to hear.
The number that we gave at the last, at the June meeting was that 5.2, $5,256,300.
Right.
Number. That was the last number from our estimate. On the total project cost in looking at the packet was $5,195,464.
So just for clarification, this 4.79 number, where's this other $400,000 or $500,000 coming from? Just for clarification, please.
That comes from the project soft cost, which includes AE basic and supplemental services, testing inspection fees, reimbursable expenses, project contingency.
A&E fees, which would be your fee?
Correct.
How much was that?
It was $328,200.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for your
Thank you.
proposals and all your hard work, and we appreciate it. Thank you a whole lot.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, what's your pleasure? What's the board's pleasure? What do you want to do?
Well, if nobody else is going to speak, I will. We started this, well, my brother started, when he was on the Board of Supervisors trying to find land to put the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department station. And everything he found it wasn't suitable or something happened to it. I don't know the whole story. Well, even on my watch, Alan Richards called me, told me he found some land down at Turtle Hill. So I thanked him, and I had Don Smith and someone go down and look at it, and yes, it was feasible. So I got the community involved. We did have a little hiccup. Certain people wanted it down at South Lake, but the Glade Hill Fire Department did not want it there because the members live closer to the new station than they do the old station. And so we fought and got it on Turtle Hill. I did not know 5 years and something of the head, after all we've been through with this, and a whole lot has been through with, that it was going to come to this stagnation of certain people wanting it, certain people not. So I'm still keeping faith in it, that we will continue with it. But I'd like to address some of the problems that we're having. Some of them, I think, is just a misunderstanding. I think some of it is personal. And I think some of it is political. And it's a shame that we planned on something all these years, and all of a sudden come up, we have this, I call hiccup. Now, it really bothers me that this building was being built for the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department. And we started, I think, 2011. We said if we build into buildings, we'd have to put the EMS there. So it had to be. But what bothers me is that what started out so good has all of a sudden got so tore up. And I don't understand. I really don't. It's really amazed me that the last month all this has come about, and we've had 5 years to get rid of this. So I just don't understand. But I'm hoping we can move forward. Like I said, we built this building for the Volunteer Fire Department. We built the building for Union Hall community. And I don't want to see it to go, for the simple reason is that this is going to be a puller to help develop Union Hall district and help the people of Union Hall. So what I want to do, sorry for you, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, and believe me, I don't like anybody to say that I don't care about the volunteers. These people are kin to me. I've been around these people all my life. I can remember the day Vic Tye rolled out from the agriculture building and wrecked on the way to a fire at Scruggs. And that fire was my Uncle Stoll. He gave his life for something he believed in. And I believe in it just as much like Rodney Cundiff, David Cundiff, and all the volunteer firefighters. I really do. So it hurts me for somebody to say that I don't care about them. No, you're totally wrong, totally wrong. But I'd like to try to get this worked out. If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to table this to the next meeting. And I'm gonna form a committee, and we're gonna get this worked out. Because our Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department are too good of people to push aside or have doubts of what the building's going to be. And I don't want none of them to be there unless we get this worked out. And I don't mean I'm going to put pay there either. I'm doing it for the volunteers. So don't misconstrue what I said. I'm very heartfelt over this. And so I make a motion that we table this to the next meeting till I can have my committee meetings, get this worked out.
Second.
The next meeting is September the 21st. That's what your proposal is?
Yes.
And that gives us until, the bids are good until September the 25th, correct? All right, I got a motion on the table.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a second? Madam Clerk, if you will, let's do a roll call on
Mr.
this,
Chairman?
please.
Can we have some discussion?
Are you going to
please?
ask for
Sure, you want
discussion?
discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I just want to say that this project's been going on for a long time, as Mr. Cundiff said. But for me, and I support and I recognize the need that Glade Hill has for a new building. And I've wondered for years and years, working for the Sheriff's Department, every time I drive by there, it's only by the grace of God that somebody don't get killed pulling out of the existing location. But as a member of the newest fire department in the county, it was hard for me to fathom why the county was all of a sudden building fire departments when communities have always done this duty themselves. And I supported, I was on the committee to design this building, and I appreciate all the hard work that went into it, very well designed. But for me, I would like to see the department that's going to live there have more input on, and they had input before, but I want them to take more ownership. For me, the overall was a bottom line price. It was just too much money for me. If we took a vote right now, I would tell you, I would be a no vote. So I'm hoping that we can come to some type of satisfactory conclusion and work something out. Last month, I made a proposal that the county create a capital improvement volunteer grant. That would be a matching grant that our volunteers could apply for through a committee with the Firefighters Association, who would be in charge of vetting and researching this grant proposal, and then they would make the recommendation to the board, and the board would approve it or disapprove it. And my recommendation was this be funded with carryover funds so that it wouldn't require new money added to our budget. And like I said, it would be a matching grant. That way the department requesting the funds would have some skin in the game and you'd have ownership of it. I think, and I would like to see if this is a possibility that we could do that with this project and make the money available to let Glade Hill Fire Department design this building. We have a lot prepared, a lot down there. I firmly believe that they can build it a lot cheaper than we can and get it within an affordable price, because in my part of the county, you know, I have people ask me, they read about it in the paper, and I got a ton of phone calls, probably more phone calls on this than any other topic that we've had in the 6 years I've been on this board. People asking, why are we building a fire department for $5 million? And my answer was, well, that's because that's how much it costs. Have you tried building anything today? But I do believe that the men and women in the Glade Hill Fire Department can get it done cheaper than we can. And like I said, I hope we can make this grant proposal that I made last month a reality, make it work so that it works best for Glade Hill, and it will be a building that you own, you control, and you use to serve your community, because ultimately that's what it's for, is to serve the community. And that's what we want it to do. And I told Mr. Cundiff 5 years ago I would support getting it to bid and finding out the solid numbers on it. And that's what we did. We found out the solid numbers, and Tommy, they were just too high. So I want to see it done. I want to see it take place. But I just think that the Glade Hill Fire Department, if we help them and they do it, I just think they can do it cheaper than we can and still get a building that will serve that community very well going into the future. I just think the community itself can come together better than what we're doing. And just hear me out. All of you know me. I'm a volunteer myself. I worked hard to get the department there that I'm a member of, and when the community takes more ownership of it, they'll take more pride of it, they'll use it more, and it will better serve that community. I do not want to put a building down there that half the community is going to resent, because the county, some of them are saying, you know, I'm hearing people saying the county, we're forcing it on them. We're not forcing it on anybody. You know, if you don't want it, I don't want you, I'm not going to support it. You know, I want to give you something, help you achieve something that you want to use to serve your community. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Madeline, could you pass out, I prepared some information for the board. What you're going to see here is a spreadsheet that's representing 2020 material costs over 2021 material costs. Now is not the time, ladies and gentlemen, to be building anything. Just to begin my comments, you'll see lumber 2x4s by 16 are up 120%. There are some other lumber up 93%. You've got steel beams up 104%, copper up 98%. These numbers do not represent an optimal building setting for anybody, much less a project to be built with taxpayer money. I concur with Mr. Tatum 100%. You know, there's been a lot going on with this project over the last few months, and there's been a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that has not been to my liking. It's not how I do business. However, I bring myself back down to the data, back down to what it is that we're trying to make a decision on, and primarily the cost. Because I hold my job, as I do my colleagues, as a fiduciary of our taxpayers in the highest regard. We have got to make sure that we protect tax dollars and that they are used to the best of our ability. This project coming in well over $2 million over budget, to me, I could not live with myself as supervisor of my district and also representing the interests of the entire county. I couldn't rest with that, because we're saying that we're willing to put approximately $2.3 to $2.5 million over budget of your money into a project that, in my humble opinion, having looked over this project in significant detail, it's a lot of what we don't need. And the volunteers at Glade Hill will pretty much tell you the same thing. So why are we building to excess? I don't know. And I've also been told that this project could be replicated throughout the county. Well, I can't agree with that either. Why would we commit to replicating a $4 or $5 million project throughout the county? That's not who we are. That's not responsive to our fire and safety and EMS needs that are here. We would all like to be in high-priced, fancy buildings. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But for me, this decision comes completely down to the cost. It comes completely down to the fact that even if we have the money, it's not about having the money. It's not about what reserve account can we drain or where can we get it. It is about the simple fiduciary responsibility that we as supervisors have to our constituency. And I would liken this and I even said to myself in my deliberation, what if another project in another area came to the supervisors and it was over $2 million over budget? What would my just very generic response be? My generic response would be, take that back, bring it to me when you get it within budget. We live within our means in this county. This Board of Supervisors has done a very good job of working within its means. We heard that yesterday. This county's in very, very good financial condition. I'm very proud of that, and I'm very proud of the board that preceded me in getting us there. And I'm very proud of my colleagues here setting up here today. But I just want to make sure that my message is conveyed purely based on the budget and the cost this project came in at, and with the understanding that I wholeheartedly support our volunteers, and I wholeheartedly support what Mr. Tatum has said with regard to the volunteers need to have a working, integral part in this discussion. They should have from the very beginning. They have not. They've been cherry-picked out. I don't know why, but we have got to have a broader discussion with the volunteers, and we need to build something that is responsive to the need, and who better to help guide us through that than the people that are working out of that station. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mitchell. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Cundiff for his action today. Very much appreciative. Mr. Tatum, Ms. Smith, I agree with both of your statements. Just some comments and advice for the committee that's going to be put forth. One thing I want this board in this county to realize, the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department have been providing fire services to that district for decades. They should have a say in the agreement of what truck goes to which station. We as a county should not dictate to them how to provide fire service to their district. They've been doing it for decades. That's what they know. And I feel confident that the Glade Hill Volunteers will work to see what will be the best station to include the paid staff, because we all want the paid staff to have the best livable conditions for them as well. And I feel that this committee is a wonderful idea, Mr. Cundiff. And as Ms. Smith said, thank you for the spreadsheet. I can see how much work you put into this. I made the comment in the June meeting on how expensive it is to build right now, and this proves it right here. I'm very happy that we're tabling this. Mr. Cunniff's willing to put forth the effort for this committee. I commend him for that, and just want this the agreement that this county has with the Glade Hill Volunteers. We don't need to dictate to them how they provide fire service to that district, and that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else, Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Mr. Cundiff's actions today. I've talked to several of the firefighters. I think one of our main problems is lack of communication with this project. This memorandum of understanding or agreement, that needs to be completely worked out before we move forward with this. That being said, when I got on this board, Summit View Business Park had already been purchased. This fire station was well underway. Career and Technical School land had been purchased, money spent on that. As a board, if you want to talk about wasting taxpayer money, we have got to stop starting projects if we're not going to see them all the way through. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else down there?
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yes, sir.
one question, and back to Mr. Tatum's comments. My understanding was that the board would furnish Glade Hill the money to build a building with. Am I correct?
Yes, my proposal would be, it would be a matching grant that we would provide, and going into the details, would have to work the details out. It might be something that would require a 2-year grant or some, I don't know that we would have the money and carry over to be able to fund a project that big at one time. But of course, there'd be some, we'd have to refer to our legal counsel as well, make sure that everything is square, and I think by doing this, it would free them up. They would have a lot of more freedom to some of the processes than what we have to follow with some of the procurement laws and whatnot. But yeah, we would still provide the funding for it. It would be through a grant, matching grant that they would have to request.
And how are you going, how are you, I'm just trying to clarify, you say a matching grant, what's it gonna match?
We would, if matching grant, we would decide how much they would have to put up, whether it would be a 10%, 20%, or a 50% match that they would have to come up with. That would be something that this board would have to decide on. And the funding for that, like I said, my proposal would be to use a portion of our carryover funds. This year is a very good year, and we have a very lucrative carryover fund that would be available. Next year, we don't know. Might not have anything carry over. Or we could use, if need be, we could use the money that we currently have borrowed and set aside to fund this project. We could use that money to fund this grant for them, if that's the desire of this board. Can I speak?
And I guess my next question would be for the attorney. Can this happen? Can we designate funds and to someone else to build what would be county property?
Depends upon who owns it at the end. If the county owns it at the end, then I think you can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Conniff, go ahead.
I would like to clarify something. In 2011, this building was costing $2.4 million. If you look at your paperwork, this building's costing $2.8 million. So 10 years, $400,000 is not too bad. Now, in those 10 years, we've had to put a whole lot of more state and federal obligations to the buildings. So, and another thing too, that if we give Glade Hill money to build a station, well, that's still tax money. That's still tax money. I don't care how you slice it, dice it. It's still tax money. So, And as far as the Glade Hill Fire Station being to help build it, we've had a representative of the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department in every meeting we've had to discuss what we need and how we need to do it. So this is no shot in the dark at all. So, like I said, our community, we want to build it. We want Union Hall to grow. And I think this, having the volunteer fire department and the EMS there will help South Lake being born. And I think we still need it. But I still say I want to work with the volunteers these 30 days so we can get something worked out. And that's all I have to say. I appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I want to make one final comment, if I may. I am very dismayed to see that the soft costs were not represented in our memos and our information packets that we've gotten. That's $400,000 or $500,000. That moves this project again to over $5 million. So soft costs were not part of what we were given, and it's not telling the whole story. So I just wanted to mention that.
Anyone else? Everybody's have a chance to. All right, Madam Clerk. Mike?
That's all right, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Madam Clerk, let's do a roll call on this.
Okay, just a roll call vote to table this topic until the September 21st Board of Supervisors meeting.
Okay.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Peter.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
7-0 vote.
All right, with that being said, before we move on, I think it's going to behoove us to pick a date for this board to get together to have a work session just on this Glade Hill Fire Department and then our next steps. This is over and above what Mr. Cundiff's going to do in his district. We need to have a date. So what we need to do is everybody check your calendar and get with Madam Clerk, and you do a poll, and we'll come up with a time, make sure that there's ample time to work out all the problems in these proposals. If you've got a proposal, you need to sort of do your homework and have your proposal in order on what you want to do and everything, and we'll talk about it at that point. And then the letter that I read last month, that was the chronological order of events, that's what's happened. I'm going to ask staff, and if it needs to be a consensus, I'll ask for that. I'm going to ask staff to prepare a report for money that has been spent already on this project, and how much we spent on buying the land and where we're at, and we'll put that along with the report that staff had already put together with the chronological order of events. Is that a consensus of everyone?
Sounds good.
Seems to be a consensus there. All right, moving on to the next one. We've had our break, so let's move right on. We're going to have Harry Spencer, Director of Planning and Zoning, Union Hall Village update, and a short-term rental update, and the annual contract consideration. Carrie, if you'll come forward.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Carrie.
Did that right, didn't I?
You did. I was watching.
A few topics to go over with you, and following me will be our building official to give you an update on the work that he's been doing.
Speak into your mic, please.
I have a few topics to go over with you.
Thank you.
After these, the building official is going to come and share some information that he's been working on. I'm going to go over the Union Hall Village update, short-term rental update, and annual contract, and then John will come up and update you on the state building code changes. Shall I?
No, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. So the Virginia Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment has grant programs that help with planning and growth assessments for counties in Virginia. This GAP grant provides technical assistance to local governments. It's free of charge to us, no matches for this grant. This grant that we've been awarded is $100,000. We've had similar grants for Westlake, Hales Ford, corridor study, and the corridor plan, Ferrum area plan, these documents that then become adopted into your comprehensive plan to form the growth vision for the county altogether. So the purpose of the study is to build on the comprehensive plan's vision, as well as do small area studies building on the existing Union Hall Village plan that was adopted in 2014. So some time has gone by, and we want to relook these plans as they get older. The stars on this map are the villages, your 6 villages. The yellow shaded areas are growth areas. The plan should be completed in 9 to 10 months, and the first stage of the plan has already been scheduled, a community meeting on October 5th at the Franklin Heights Church. Consultants that are hired for the plan are on the phone, or will be once Madeline gets there, and they're going to speak to you in more detail about the plan. We've worked with both of these consultants before, and they both have extensive experience in land use planning and transportation analysis, all of a variety of issues that go into creating a plan like this. It's a comprehensive view of everything that would affect growth for an area of your county. Is anyone on the phone? Is Madeline working on that now, or do you?
It might be on.
Yeah. Todd? Will they be coming through the? Okay. Hey, Todd, can you hear us?
I think storms are in the area.
Actually, there's a tornado watch, John was just telling me till this evening.
The tornado warning.
Tornado
Warning, okay. Even more. So we can, if Todd is not with us, I can go on to the next topic and come back.
Yes, please.
Short-term rental update. You've been working with revised codes just over a year for short-term rentals. And your code, these are just highlights of it. You're allowing short-term rentals in the unzoned areas in A1 with a special use permit, and 2 other districts, your planned districts, with standards. That means that they're allowed by right, but still have to meet standards, and we ensure those standards by requiring them to register with us and to re-register every year. The number of rented bedrooms must match, according to our code, Department of Health records with a maximum of 2 adults per bedroom, and that maximum also lines up with Virginia Department of Health. A type 2A 10BC fire extinguisher in each floor, and I bring that up because it is not a more common fire extinguisher that a homeowner might have, and smoke detectors in every bedroom. Every bedroom must meet building code requirements for egress, got to be able to get out. An evacuation plan has to be posted in every building, and properties are inspected and renewed annually by inspectors in my office, and the building inspectors help to go into the properties and ensure that they're following these ordinances. For about a year, we've been operating with a software, a compliance company called Granicus, used to be called Host Compliance. We currently have, what they do is they hunt sites like Airbnb for postings and for properties that are advertised, and then log them and compare them to whether or not they're registered. That's the beginning of what helps us with compliance. 179 properties have been posted. 174 of them are active, as of today. That means that most of the properties that have been posted are successfully operating short-term rentals. 90% of them are in compliance. Granicus has helped us a great deal with this by identifying which properties need special use permits, which properties are in unzoned areas, and it helps reduce our workload a lot by allowing us to bring things into compliance more efficiently. The registration and renewal fees, we charge $200 for registration and another $200 every year, are designed to cover the contract costs, which last year, I'm giving both of these numbers so that you can see the first year's cost of $26,764 was based on an estimated number of rentals that the county would have. And we were pretty spot on, you can see, and then able to reduce the cost a little bit by looking at our actual numbers. We're asking you tonight to approve a one-year contract in the amount of $26,377.31. A one-year contract so that we can still, this program is not new altogether, but the working with Granicus and this new ordinance is fairly new. So my suggestion in coordination with Steve is to approve a one-year contract and sort of relook it at that time. Before I go on to the issues under consideration, or would you like me to move through the issues under consideration or make a decision on the contract?
Go ahead and do the consideration.
Yes, sir. We have found in many cases that the septic systems are not rated for the capacity that homes are rented. There are homes will often create additional bedrooms out of rooms that weren't bedrooms before, basements, room conversions. And so the septic systems that were designed years ago aren't necessarily designed to hold the number of bedrooms. So we've been working very closely with Brent Williams of Virginia Department of Health to reconcile those differences, to help make property owners aware, to perhaps work on some kind of overall average of 2 adults per bedroom. There are many, many short-term rentals, and I've been in them myself, where you'll have a set of bunk beds and a double bed in one bedroom, for instance. And so I'm going to be coming back to you with some specific suggestions that address issues like that. There's a lot of issues where we've come across sleeping areas that don't have adequate egress, basements, for instance. But our building official and inspector have worked together to create actually a tip sheet for owners. Here are ways that you can create egress out of this situation that you have in your basement without requiring large investments of money. We found lack of smoke detectors and fire extinguishers, trying to work with a local retailer to put together some sort of kit that helps with our policies together with it, maybe run a special at a certain time of year that sells the right smoke detector and fire extinguisher and ensures that the correct fire extinguisher is available to the homeowner so that they aren't buying the cheaper. The ones that we require are a little bit more expensive, and I think that's why the homeowner grabs the less expensive one. We need clear guidelines for zoning decisions for when you approve a special use permit for short-term rentals. And we should look, I believe we should look at our enforcement fines to make sure that they are strict enough, because we have a lot of repeat violations of this ordinance that take up a lot of our time. And I look at staff, I look at inspections, I look at all of it, but one thing that we do need to look at when that's happening is, are we making it important enough to comply? I've spoken to the Planning Commission a little bit, brought up the idea and asked them to consider some things that they might want to think about in the future, since they're seeing these cases, the special use permit cases. And I would ask the same of you supervisors, if there's anything in particular that you'd like staff to work on as far as our ordinances and compliance fines.
Go ahead, Mark.
Chairman, if I could, thank you, Ms. Spencer. There's a couple things under codes. I think we should require some liability insurance and proof of insurance, maybe an umbrella policy. And also, when there's lakefront rentals that are short-term rentals, we should require some proof that the dock area has been checked, that there's not current electricity in the water. Those were two items, and that may already be in place. I'm not sure.
It would be, and I'm still new.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to pretend to know everything, but something that we could talk about with Appalachian Power Company to make, or AEP, excuse me, to make sure that we're coordinating on things like that. I think we could probably do well to collaborate together.
That's a problem at Smith Mountain Lake. People buy these inexpensive submersible pumps to irrigate with, and over a period of years they deteriorate, and current leaks out into the water, and it can electrocute somebody 3 docks over.
That's a problem.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. If,
Ma'am, I've got a question.
Yes.
What are we doing? What is your department doing in regards to the enforcement of these compliance rules and regulations? Who's taking them to court if they're not doing it?
we have 2 staff members that investigate complaints, which come over the internet. And then together with currently Steve is our zoning administrator, zoning officer. I haven't been blessed with that appointment yet. So together with an inspector, Steve Sandy has been taking them to court.
Mr. Sandy has
been representing the county and our county attorney.
Okay.
So we are following up with repeat violations, and there are a couple that have gone that far.
That have gone that far?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anybody else?
Ma'am. Carrie, thank you for all of your work on this.
You're welcome.
2 things. I think, and especially after talking with Mr. Sandy, I really want to reinforce the fact that I think we need to revisit our penalties that are established. I think they're too low. And you all may know, if you're repeat offenders, somebody paying $100 to get their hands slapped may not be, may not be meaningful to them. The other thing that I still want to see, which is what we talked about a year ago, are looking at potential offset recommendations with the properties.
For septic?
No, for boundaries.
Oh.
The setbacks. I used the wrong word, I'm sorry. Yeah, setbacks. Yeah, because I know just with a couple short-term rentals that have been in front, of me in my district, we've had some fairly egregious setback, disputes that are significant in terms of, and should be considered, in our regulations, I believe, if you could maybe look into that.
So with the short-term rental activity coming too close to a neighboring property?
I think just generally, I think we need to look at setbacks.
Okay.
Prior to you coming, Carrie, I know Steve was, had a front seat to all of the discussions we had a year ago on that. So we do have some discussion in the record about it. But I think we do need to take a strong look
There
at
it is.
that.
Let's see, mine ain't the only one going off.
Tornado warning.
Everybody's phone's going off. There's a tornado warning in Ferrum.
Thank you.
That's what's going on. It says till 3:45. It's, I don't know what it's doing outside.
Is that one was that one for Ferrum or what?
That one's for this area.
That's for this area.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got fire EMS and police headed to Ferrum Elementary right now.
So I think we're in the best place in the building right here in the middle. But anyway, go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, before we go further, it alarms me a little bit that our assistant county administrator is going to court. And I would like for us to have a code enforcement officer possibly, and maybe review that in next year's budget session to see if we can maybe create a position with the sheriff's office or something to that effect.
Tim and I were just talking about that. That's what we were whispering about too. We've got a department head going to court. And if we need to, the rest of you, please chime in. Do we need to, we don't have a code enforcement, maybe this is time.
we do
I know
have-
that we have talked, I know that Major Sigmund, we've talked several times in regards to the sheriff's department helping us with enforcement, and they have graciously agreed that they'll do whatever they need to. Maybe this is, I don't know how to turn these things off. Madeline, how you turn this off?
First, in Steve's defense, he's been protecting me by.
I'm sorry.
In Steve's defense, he's been protecting me by maintaining that certified zoning official title and not endowing it onto me as yet. We do have 2 code enforcement staff, and I'll let Steve explain more.
Yeah, just to clarify, you know, we do have code enforcement folks that are out doing the field inspections, gathering the data. Really, it's just presenting it to me as the zoning administrator, and then I show up at court with that inspector, and just to verify that everything that we're saying is happening out there is in fact a violation of the zoning ordinance and so forth. Because I am still the designated zoning administrator for the county, and so at some point, maybe could be next month, that could be transferred to Carrie or someone else in the Office of Planning and Community Development. But currently, I serve as a zoning administrator, so if it's a case of a violation of the zoning ordinance, typically I'll be there at court when that case is being heard. We don't have a tremendous amount of those. We try to do everything we do to stay out of court. One of those reasons is, going back to the concern about the fines, is we have fines that are dictated, I guess maximum fines, I should say, that are dictated by the Code of Virginia. However, when we get into the courtroom, it's up to the judge as far as what that fine might actually be. So as an example, the maximum fine might be $2,000 for that particular zoning violation, but they only may get fined $100.
Correct.
Or nothing. In some cases, it may get dismissed. And so what we've done with Mr. Gwynn's office is just make sure that we're actually incorporating the maximum amount that we can. I know Mr. Whitlow's had some conversations with the courts as well about just trying to kind of work with us, if you will, on zoning violations. And it's a lot of that is an education process with the judges. They don't see zoning cases on a regular basis, and frankly, a lot of them don't understand or don't know a lot about zoning. They hear traffic, they hear these other drug possession. Those are the kind of things they hear on a regular basis, and so sometimes it's just a matter of educating them on what the fines are and what the penalties are. We've typically acted in a method of, we really want compliance, not as much as the fine. But what we are seeing in some of these short-term rental cases is someone continuing to push that and say, well, we're just going to continue to do it because the fine is not that hard. As you said, it's a slap on the wrist. And so we've been working with Mr. Popovich in Jim's office to help us make sure we've got the arsenal, I guess, that we can have, and then also trying to work with those judges as well to kind of help reinforce that.
In the future, Steve, when they bring these short-term rentals to our board, let's put a year time period on the thing and then review them. And if we find they're repetitively not following the rules, we can take away their ability to do short-term rentals, right?
Well, that's come up before, and I don't know if Jim can address it now, but that's something we can add to the list, is whether or not we can have an annual review, and if we don't like what we hear, pull the special use permit at that time. And so that's something I think it's kind of come up before, but I think we can look at whether or not, I guess that's not technically a sunset clause. I think the board does have the ability to revoke a special use permit. You kind of have to go back through the same process to undo what you did, if I'm correct. But I think the board does have that, and so that would be something for us to discuss, is if we could put a kind of a one-year review or even an annual review as part of what we're doing with Granicus and part of the annual inspection, we can also say, well, you know, we've had a number of complaints about this particular property. So I think that's something we can look at, maybe how we could do that.
Yeah, I think the way that it's done in other jurisdictions is that the department itself reviews and then makes the recommendation to the board whether or not, and we go forward from there.
Gotcha.
The board's consideration of it. But if they're not, there's no sense for the board to be involved in a review if everything's going fine.
Right.
You know, so,
If we identify problem situations, then those are ones that maybe we can, you know, make an effort to bring back to the board to consider reviewing, or at least bringing that property owner back in to kind of justify or explain what's been happening in relation to their approval. Now, one distinction there is some of these are allowed by right and some of these are allowed through the special use permit process. And so, you know, there might be a difference in how we can handle the two in that regard.
well, yeah, I mean, if it's by right, not gonna be handled.
And we do, the ones that are allowed, both of them have an annual registration renewal. So,
Correct.
so staff does go out every year and inspect the building itself. They do a site inspection and zoning inspection at that time. It's, in my thing, I say if you issue a special use permit for a limited period of time, you're gonna have a lot of cases. It will burden, I feel it will burden your agenda more than allowing us to find those cases in the field with our annual inspections.
Mr. Cundiff?
Cover my mouthful. Anyway, that's unusual for me. But anyway, in my past experiences, and Steve knows we've had them down on the Union Hall District, it's not so much as catching them, it's so much as getting the judge to do something with them. In response, we've had a guy, I think, went back 3 times, caught, and
The third one is scheduled to come, yeah.
yeah, the 2 times the judge didn't really do anything. So it's not so much as catching. If you just get somebody, because we put in a lot of time, well, you all put in a lot of time and effort to bring these people up, and then they get a slap on the wrist and gone again. So, and it doesn't outweigh the expense that we have of trying to, you know, bring them to court.
Right.
So I just want people to be aware that just because we catch them don't mean it's going to be something done to them.
Right, and we, just as, while we're talking about enforcement, we also have seen where we have some folks who, once they're notified that they cannot do a short-term rental, which is 30 days or less, the next thing we see is an advertisement that they're renting for 31 days. And so, just to Mr. Cundiff's point, we do have some challenges with enforcement on some of these where they are getting creative, I guess, at how they list the property and rent the property, and that's something we've had lots of conversations with Mr. Gwynn's office too about how do we get the facts that we need to justify that something is a violation, and then in some cases, and in the case Mr. Cundiff is referring to, we've had to actually have the neighbors, the assistance of the neighbors being subpoenaed to come to court and actually testify what they've seen and what the conversations they've had with people that were there. So enforcement is definitely, difficult at times with some of these. The best ones are we get a complaint about one, we send a letter and we never hear anything more, they stop.
That's the majority. I think
That's most of them, I think, but we do have those that just, for whatever reason, we have some issues with and want to push the issues. So
It's been more than 2, I think, just 2 to court.
But we'll definitely look at the fines and how we can do some more there, making sure that we're actually implementing in our local ordinance what we're allowed to do by state code as well, and make sure we're not lagging behind there. So, and I think we do have the consultants back on, so whenever we're ready.
Good.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that,
I don't think we're quite there just yet.
hold on.
1 second. All right, is there any more questions in regards to the short-term rental? Everybody? Okay, now we can do the motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we table this until next month and give Mr. Sandy and staff time to answer these questions and come back with some definitive numbers and answers to some of the questions. Just give you a little time to iron it out.
Do you want us to sort of work on revising the ordinances and our, how do you feel about the contract in the meantime with Granicus to continue
Mostly
the enforcement program?
Yeah, most of the enforcement portion, I wouldn't have a problem with making a different, pulling the actual contract out and making a separate motion that we award that.
Are we on a time crunch with that?
Yes, we are actually.
Well, may I amend my motion then?
Why did we get in a time crunch? What's the
Well,
dates?
It's
Anyway. Yes, sir, if you need.
I see August as the contract is awarded in October, I think of last year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'd like to amend my motion that we approve this, I think 26,377.31, was that the number?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Contract.
Yes. Yeah.
I make a motion that we approve that, but we, I don't want to say table the remaining information, but we'll approve that portion, but continue to research the enforcement angles that we've requested and come back to us next month on those. But for now, I do make the motion that we approve the contract.
And we have a second. Madam Clerk, if you will, let's do a roll call on that, please.
Tell me to second.
Will you read that motion back?
So what I have is, on a motion made by Supervisor Tatum, the Board of Supervisors approves a one-year contract with Granicus for the third-party services related to short-term rental compliance in the amount of $26,377.31, and authorize staff to sign the necessary contract documents and refer items 1 through 6 in your packet for consideration. And that's the part that you want to table, right? Okay. And refer the items number 1 through 6 in your packet to rephrase that. Yeah, sorry, I will read it again. I did have in there to do research on the enforcement angles and bring back the enforcement angles part that Carrie took notes on in items 1 through 6 at the next board meeting, which is September 21st, 2021. Sorry, I jumbled that. That was, if you're comfortable with that, that was seconded by Supervisor Condit.
All right, roll call vote.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Condit.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yeah, sorry, my wife and child's in Ferrum. I'm just been checking on them. What are we voting on?
I can try. I'll do it better this
Approving
time.
the Granicus contract for another year.
Yes.
And tabling review of some of the regulations.
Sure. Yep.
That's a yes. Okay, and Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
That was 7-0 vote.
Okay, back to Union Hall Village update.
They're sheltering in place.
Is the consultant on the
They
phone?
wouldn't dismiss them in time to leave.
Yes, we are. Can you hear us?
I can. I don't know if you have any visual, I'm on your very first slide. If you have your slides up on your end, you can talk me through them.
We do. We'll tell you next slide.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Vlad Gavrilo. I'm a principal with EPR PC in Charlottesville. I'm joined today by Todd Gordon. He is our project manager. And we're very honored, chosen to work on the Union Hall Village Plan with Franklin County once again. We just take 3 or 4 minutes to give you a little background on the project, ask your goals for this project. And what you have, I understand, is our first slide introducing our study team. I just want to ask if Anthony Donald with Michael Baker is also on the call. Okay, no matter. We will introduce him. So, very quickly, as I said, we are based in Charlottesville, Virginia. We're a planning and engineering practice, one of the most experienced firms in land use planning throughout Virginia. Todd and I have done between us over 30 comprehensive plans and zoning projects for localities throughout Virginia, including very proud of having worked the Westlake Hills Ford plans, which won the national award, Association, and the 220 North Corridor plan. And as Terry mentioned, this is part of a statewide technical assistance program called GAP. And we will be working with your staff over the next 10 months or so to develop a plan for Union Hall. Our role is overall project lead, the involved, preparing the recommendation and the final documentation. And we're joined on this project by Michael Baker International. As you can see by their name, they are a major interdisciplinary corporation with long-standing Virginia office experience, but they also have national experience. And they are in contact with Office of Intermodal Planning, and they have a long working relationship with us. We both worked on the Westlake Hales Ford and 220 North Corridor plans. And their role is to bring some of this national expertise and the coordination with OIPI, as well as the comprehensive plan recommendations. So that's kind of who we are. Again, we're grateful to be here working with you all, and I'll turn it over to Todd to give you an overview of the project. So next
Sure.
slide.
Thank you, Vlad. Vlad mentioned I'm Todd Gordon. I'm the project manager for the work. If Carrie wouldn't mind flipping to the slide that says project.
You got it.
A couple of the tasks that are involved in the project. So the scope throughout the study really starts with coordination with your staff, which we've been doing for a few weeks now. But there will be included in our scope of work a pretty thorough study of existing conditions in the Union Hall area, land use, environmental conditions, roads, utilities, other factors. Task is underway, working with staff for about the last 6 weeks since we began the project. Ultimately, our work will recommend and include information to be adopted in the comprehensive plan, as well as recommendations and information to be included or considered for inclusion in the code board. So both strategy for the Union Hall area and recommendations for regulation. We will produce a summary document at the end of this process, similar to the documents created for Union Hall previously and the Westlake Village area previously. Tasks do include one community meeting, which is an opportunity for us, for residents early in the process, about their vision for the community. That meeting is scheduled for October 5th. We look forward to that. We will conduct meetings about this project with both the Planning Commission and yourselves as a board, because we want to be sure that your vision is represented in the project. And Carrie, if you will, the timeline slide, which is next. I think Carrie mentioned earlier that the total timeline is approximately one total year. Now, we started in late June, so we will finish in late May or early June. We will speak to your Planning Commission and also be in the area to look at the site on September 14th. And we'll conduct the public community meeting on October 5th. We'll work with you and your staff and Planning Commission on recommendations to be drafted sometime in the winter of 2021, early 2022. Presentation materials to go along with those, and conclude with meetings and public hearings before the Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission, and then Board of Supervisors to adopt the work in late May or early June of 2022. So that's the brief walkthrough, and I'll ask Vlad to take back over.
Thank you. Just one more slide, Carrie, to go to the last slide. And we just wanted to turn it back to you all, and happy to answer any questions you have, and also if you have to share with us your goals for the study. There's two base maps there showing the larger area and the more detailed area around Union Hall. and we'd love to hear any guidance provide us as we start this important study.
I'll just point out that the shape of the area is purposely ill-defined. It is not meant to define a boundary. It's just meant to be a clouded area around Union Hall, around the point.
I think for my part, since they've done it in the past and we had good results, that they sort of follow the same format that they did before in keeping everything as it has in the past. They did a good job before. Anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Carrie, and this may be also for Steve as well. I'm noticing, of course, within their scope, they're going to be getting into zoning and making zoning recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
I know with the Westlake plan, that didn't go well. And I also, think that we'll be picking up, potentially later this year, our rezone, effort that was started some years ago that's incomplete. So I guess my question is how deep within their scope are they going to be going on zoning, especially in light of what our previous experience was, and in light of taking up a more comprehensive discussion on it?
I can address it
or
briefly.
Vlad can probably
Yeah,
address it.
okay. And I'll just start by saying the way the plan works, it's very citizen-driven. So if we follow that model and stay with it, the citizens will say, and the zoning will say, well, if that's what you want, then here is how to make that happen. And they would come across as a recommendation, certainly not as an adopted zoning amendment. So the zoning should follow very closely what the community has expressed that they want. And in my, for this particular case, in this particular time in the life of the county, a lot of those are going to focus on housing, because the housing studies came to the same result in recommending zoning changes that would help us achieve our housing goals. Do you feel like there was a misunderstanding about zoning that was suggested versus imposed?
We'll talk offline about that.
Okay. Steve, do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add. I'd say just maybe Vlad might have something to add about the expectations. And I don't know if he can hear me, so you might have to.
Vlad, how would you answer that question about the expectations for recommending zoning changes?
Yeah, I apologize that there's some interference on our end, so we're getting every second or third word. But as I understand the question about level of
We're getting a weather warning right now. Vlad, the question was about part of your scope dealing with zoning recommendations, about how deep you expect to go into the scope of that work.
I'm sorry, with all the noise interference, didn't quite get it.
How deep will you go into the scope of work entitled zoning recommendations? How deep will you go there?
Could Steve question, because I'm getting Steve much better than you, actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Vlad, the question had to do with the recommendations relative to zoning in the village plan, and maybe if you can expand on that a little bit. And we're under a tornado warning, so we're getting some of these alerts, and that's probably the result of some of the static as well.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep it brief. Got other things in your mind, but yes, relative to Carrie mentioned, we're going to take our cues from what we hear from you all and the citizenry. Obviously, we don't have a pre-packaged gift for zoning, but we want to explore ways to encourage development of housing in the village area, facilitate managed growth in the area, to kind of distinguish Union Hall from other parts of the county, but in particular make it, easy to do the right thing and hard to do the wrong thing. The generalization, but that's how we look at zoning, is get the comprehensive plan and what the citizens have said they want to see in that area and make that the easy button in the zoning ordinance.
And this plan would not involve the adoption of any zoning recommendations, just making sure that's clear, that nothing as a result of this plan will become imposed on the area, and we'll keep repeating that.
Okay, that's very good. Appreciate that.
Okay, any more questions or comments? All right, thank you, ma'am. I think we better take about a 5 or 10 minute break here. Everybody can check their phones and we can find out what's going on and come back in just a minute. John, if you'll come forward, please. Brockton, our building official. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Whitlow. It's been 2 years since I've stood before you. A lot has happened in that 2 years. Lots of challenges that we've overcame. Hopefully your phones are not ringing as much as they used to, and if they are, they're compliments.
Very good.
We're working out hard at making that happen. I would specifically like to thank publicly today the support from Mr. Whitlow and Administrator Steve Sandy for his direct support in helping me land my feet here at the county.
Mr. Chairman, can I say one thing, please?
Yes, sir.
A guy stopped me the other day, and he asked me, did I know you? And I said, yes, sir. I was sort of scared to answer that question, but I said, yes, sir. He said, I want you to know that he came down and helped us more than anybody. And when somebody gets credit due, I give it to him. And that guy really bragged on you, and I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you for sharing that.
I'm sorry, but I just had to say that while I was thinking about it.
Sure. Lots of challenges over those 2 years. Now, I will say, as you knew before I even became a staff member here, the department was having issues. I didn't really realize how challenging it would be, and there was a time that I was questioning my own ability if I was able to make a difference. So the first thing I thought of, I was like, John, you got to do something. Education. So through the resources the county has, Miss Kathy Hodges at the Franklin Center, we started educating the contractors. First, I introduced myself. I'm the new building official. I'm here to help you, not hurt you. I'm not here to throw the code at you, but help share the code with you to provide you with the tools that you need to succeed in any area, not just Franklin County. The code is adopted statewide. It is a Virginia code. So from that first meeting, which I kid around, if you don't mind, I call it the rock throwing. I gave them the opportunity to throw rocks at me and raise their voice if they'd like, voice their concerns. We had a lot of that in that first meeting, and I was like, no one's getting in trouble. You will still receive a pass sticker on your job if you pass, So we got a lot of frustration out in that first meeting. So that was a success. We probably had 15 to 20 folks at that meeting. From that meeting, once we started educating, it grew to 30. It grew to 40. I invited Mr. Whitlow and Steve to attend one. I think we had 42 people at that meeting. Mm-hmm. COVID hit right at the time we were gaining traction. So not a lot of interaction in the direct personal way. Talked to everyone on the phone, met them at the counter. The entire time that COVID was happening, John, when are you going to put these education events back on? I was like, I would love to. The situation. As soon as the way clears itself, we'll get back to it. So that leads us to now. This past month, we had a preliminary after COVID meeting. We had right around 40 attendees. They are excited. They encouraged me that we're doing something right. So that leads me to the whole topic I'm here today for, is the state building code goes in 3-year cycles. We're always 3 years behind. So right now we're working in the 2015 code, but as of July the 1st of this year of 2020, the 2018 code was adopted by the governor. We have 12 months until next July for any contractor or homeowner to pull their permits in the 2018 code. So our intention, as far as my staff and I, is to hold as many code update trainings as possible that's necessary. We even gave out a filler, so to speak, just to see, contractors are busy, as you know. Are mornings good? Afternoons good? I'll even come in the evening. We held one right here in the boardroom that year prior to COVID. So we're going to do them different times, different ways. They even asked if I would record the meeting. I'm like, you really want to sit around and watch me on video? But we probably will record them with people that don't have a lot of time. Our staff is, even though COVID has hit, our staff is continually, they've been getting certified. And I'm sure you understand ISO ratings and things of that nature. It is important that our staff is highly certified. What comes with that certification? Not just a piece of paper, but a good understanding and education of what we're enforcing. We're not just throwing words at you. We want you to understand what the code is talking about. What's the context? We are personally, as inspection staff, going through the mandatory training. DHCD, the Department of Housing, requires that all inspectors and building officials that hold certifications have to go through a 3-day training. They've spread it out because DHCD is doing all their training virtually, which is unfortunate because we learn more from each other in person. I appreciate this opportunity today to stand in front of you. So we're going to provide as many trainings as necessary. What I will tell you, as far as the state of the building department, as far as how I see it on a daily basis in the construction world, it has not slowed down. If anything, it's sped up. The prices have not held them back. COVID has not held them back. I was fortunate to actually, my wife and I were just able to move into our new home this past week here in the county. I'm a resident taxpayer. So what we're seeing, prices are starting to come down. Will they go back to the price that they were before COVID? I doubt it. It never does. Anytime they get the prices up, they only take them down so far. But we had a few jobs cancel their permits, but it wasn't anything major. When COVID was first happening, we were all bracing for the impact of what might happen. I was thinking, you know, it's going to go to crickets. I thought we were going to come to a dead stop. It may have slowed down for that first month, but all of a sudden the gates opened wide. We've been running full steam the entire time. And I'm really proud of our staff. Through the 2-year cycle of me being here, I walked into people retiring, people leaving. So I basically had to rebuild the building department. We are very fortunate to have the staff that we have. We have good quality people. Some of them you all have mentioned get compliments directly by name. I'm very proud of that. Didn't hire just for experience and technical knowledge, but personality. Because sometimes we have to say no. It's how you say no. I can say no where you're shaking my hand when I leave, or I can say no and you're like, you're not welcome on my property. With that being said, we're looking forward to a new year. Provide as much training as possible. Definitely will entertain any questions the board might have for me.
I've got one. Is things working out any better with the health department and their inspections and getting back to you?
They are doing really well, surprisingly, because no matter what locality you're from, that one has been notorious, and it's typically because they're understaffed. It's not the people, it's just the workload versus the staff. It's been flowing pretty well. I haven't heard really any complaints with that.
Okay.
Part of our permit process, Carrie and I have been working on, and she is definitely a great add to the county, I might add, is trying to figure out ways to streamline the process. We can only do so much in the office. There are timelines, 7 to 10 days and 3 to 5 days, things like that. Everything begins in zoning. So what we're looking at is combining the zoning review and the building review at the same time. That way it's one process, hopefully not 2 processes. The only thing the building department needs to know is, can the project happen? You know, from a quick review of setbacks and type of structure versus what the zoning district is and what have you, the zoning person can say, this project can happen, but I need X, Y, Z information. So as long as they say it can happen, as long as they provide the information, then we can review it. So that's one way we can speed that process up. The other entities, VDOT, the Health Department, whoever else Ronnie Wilson in our department with the stormwater and E&S, all these pieces. And just remember, this is not just Franklin County requirements, it's state requirements. So all this has to interchange because it's Dillon rule. The state is telling us that we have to enforce these items. So staff is really taking a hard look. Carrie's implemented some things already in her short time of being here, of trying to figure out if there's any bottlenecks in the process, where we can speed it up. One thing that even at our education trainings, I'll take a checklist from our counter, and it basically gives you all the steps and all the documentation that, if you're trying to apply for a permit, it gives you all the steps. It even gives you the contacts to the health department, VDOT, and all these things, so you're not running through the phone book or all over town asking, how can I get a hold of this person, or what's next. So I take that to these meetings. The contractors that pull permits all the time, they know the process. But what I've been finding in some of these meetings, we'll have a couple of residents, local homeowners building their home. They heard that the building official is having a code meeting and they want to come hear about code. So it kind of helps us in that respect. We spend time at the counter with folks trying to help them with the process. You start here, do this, all the way through to successful permit. So those items are definitely, sorry to ramble on, but those items are definitely being worked on.
Okay.
To see what we can do as staff.
The county does not have any state code. Any county codes, they're all state codes, correct?
Well, on the zoning side, you have the county codes and
on
things.
building codes.
Yeah, the building codes are directly state. Now, the county can enact more stringent, which I think the opinion of the county is to follow the state code.
State code.
And we do it in a kind fashion, with a handshake and a smile. And we're not there to be, and excuse me for saying this, we're not there to be Barney Fife. We're there to, if I come to your job site, I'll be like, really, my attitude is, how can I help you? Mm-hmm. It's not, what can I find to turn your deck down for, if you're building the deck. It's like, hey, this is not quite right. And this is how the staff operates too. That's why we have great inspection staff. The personality means everything when you're delivering the code. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, if an extra 5 minutes on that job explaining the code to someone is worth hours on the telephone. They understand it. You're discussing it with them. You can look at the issue. We try not to design. We don't want that liability for the county. I'm not an engineer or an architect. I will offer ideas and help, even if I can think of other folks that can help them. Hey, talk to this person, they can help you with that. So just know that kind of thing is happening as far as the way staff is operating in the field. I don't know how many phone calls you get about the staff directly, but I'm getting at least 3 to 5 compliments a week of what we are doing right, what staff is doing right. It wasn't that way in the beginning, I will tell you that.
I know it would. I haven't gotten a phone call in regards to building in probably 6 or 7 months.
And that's a good sign.
And that's there's any more questions from anybody?
I have a comment. Just thank you for all your work. The as a contractor in county and knowing all the contractors, it was overwhelming. So thank you. You guys have done a great job. Get compliments. I think the training is really important. So I appreciate the extra effort you and staff are putting towards that. It means a lot to me. So thank you. Madeline at my town hall did get a couple numbers of some people that we need to put on the to-call list when y'all have the training. So
all right.
And I think, Mr. Stanley has already taken care
thank
of
y'all.
that.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you for all you're
Mr.
doing.
Mitchell.
Yep.
Yeah, appreciate that.
John, hi.
Hello.
And I echo Ronnie's comments and compliments. It came up earlier with regard to stray current at the docks.
Mm-hmm.
When you guys inspect, are you inspecting for stray current, or are you yielding that to public safety. How was that managed?
Yeah, as far as the straight current, and prior to COVID, just to let you know, I was on the state committee that was investigating that, because it's not just Smith Mountain Lake.
I know. Yeah.
It's Lake Anna, on and on, all over the state. They were looking at ways. I know there's a gentleman from the Bedford side that really is carrying the flag for that straight current. It is very dangerous.
Yeah.
When we inspect a dock, in answer to your question, we are making sure it is shore grounded.
Okay.
So your meter disconnect or your power from your home down to the shore will be grounded on the shore. We don't want, there's been situations where people think putting a bonding plate into the water around their dock was a good idea. It's not a good idea, just to let you know that in case you know of someone that might ask that question. Shore grounding is the number one best way to protect against that. There was talk of removing the equipment ground from the dock itself, but that is definitely not a good option. You move that ground, you become the ground, if that makes sense to you. So what's happening is exactly what they mentioned earlier with the less than pricey pumps. The coating on the wires wear out after a while. The straight current happens. What happens is it has to be dealt with individually, because your neighbor may have, a lot of the properties at the lake were built, prior to the lake even. So once the docks went in the 70s, everybody was wiring their dock. They wanted lights and outlets on their dock. I don't know what the inspection situation was during that time. I know it was just beginning for the most part, as far as being someone looking at actual electrical. So there's live wires laying in the water where you don't know where they're at. There's the pump issue. So our staff specifically makes sure that service going to that dock is grounded on land. That way any fault current that happens, which is a current that can hurt you or kill you, makes it back to earth. It'll make it to earth through the water, through you, if it's out on the dock.
Well, the main, one of the problems with that is that it's as good as what's going on in the moment in the water. Because the Smith Mountain Lake Fire and Rescue, they were going around with their instrument and being able to tell you if you had current in your water around your dock. But that could be changed the minute they get in their car and drive off.
That's right.
So I just don't know I was wondering, have we reached a place where informing the residents, do we know enough definitively to be able to educate our citizens?
Unfortunately, that was another victim to COVID. There was a statewide committee developed all the way from Tazewell County to the shore of different representatives meeting together, talking about the fault current, the stray current. We had 3 meetings before COVID hit. There was a lot of good information that came out of that. There's also, and I've even talked to our local AEP reps, that there's a isolating device that isolates. One idea was that the fault current was coming from AEP. So when they deliver the service to your, what's the box called?
Meter box?
Your green box.
Meter box.
Your transformer?
Yeah, your transformer. For the neighborhood, when they deliver it to the transformer, that their stray current is what's actually causing this, but that's not entirely true. So what they did, one neighborhood, a POA or HOA, got together, I think it was on the Bedford side, got together and said, we want the isolators put in. They said it took care of their problem. There's no proof of that.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, John, moving forward, keeping me apprised of,
Absolutely.
of anything that becomes more definitive on
Sure.
the topic.
Anyone else? Thank you to you and your staff
Yes, sir.
for all your job.
Thank you.
Appreciate it a whole lot.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Ms. Sims, Beth Sims. Update on the county fair.
Drum roll. Is this our first one?
Do this for you because it's kind of that blank, so you can't click it. Okay, you're not
I just click through. Okay. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Beth.
Hey, buddy.
Thank y'all. So just going to give a quick update on the agricultural fair. I did a very similar presentation for our department heads last week. And so Chris asked me to brief y'all on what we've been working on with that. So just basic info, it is at the Franklin County Recreation Park like normal. And we're doing an abbreviated fair this year as opposed to the 4-day fair. So Friday evening and Saturday, the times are there. Our partner organizations, I wanted to make sure to that y'all knew about all the groups that are working with us. The fair is a pretty big event, and it would not be possible if we did not have these groups and organizations helping us. The biggest one being Franklin County Parks and Rec. Me and David Rotenizer met with Paul Chapman and Ben Newbill yesterday to go over logistics. This is my first year working in this event and in a very shortened timeline and abbreviated version. So they have been, they're helping us to hopefully not miss anything. So their staff will be, like I said, they're helping with the planning, but then also the execution. The Parks and Rec staff is very essential to this event. Also, Franklin County Sheriff's Office and then Franklin County Public Safety. We're working with them on numerous things for that. The K9 demos, in addition to everything else that they do to help us provide a safe event, the K9 group also does demos for entertainment for us too. Virginia Cooperative Extension, they're the ones who are organizing the competitive exhibits, the canning, cookies, all that type stuff, crafts. So I've got them working with B99 and Franklin News Post right now on getting word out, making sure that people know that we are having the competitive exhibits this year. It is that season. If you're a canner, you know that it's canning season right now. So we want to make sure that people are canning their goods, and we'll hopefully bring them and enter them in the competitive exhibits. So it wouldn't be possible without them. And then something kind of new and different this year, we reached out to Blue Ridge Institute and Museum and Booker T. Washington National Monument to ask if they wanted to participate, if they would provide some type of service or activity for people. We wouldn't charge them. Booker T wasn't able to do it for staffing reasons and time and COVID issues, but the Blue Ridge Institute and Museum is going to have a presence and provide kind of old-timey games and activities and different stuff there for the fair attendees. So these are all our groups. And this is just a little bit of history about it. Y'all know this. We began investigating bringing the fair back after the request at the May meeting, and then we've decided on an abbreviated fair at the June meeting. Successes, we have had a lot. I reached out when I was at the town of Rocky Mount. I feel like our young people get a lot of flack. Young people don't want to do anything. They don't want to work. They're lazy, whatever. I reached out to the National Honor Society group to help us with a Christmas initiative, and they came in and helped me. And so as soon as we kind of knew the ag fair was happening and I had my head wrapped around it, I reached out to their advisor again, and immediately she sent it out to her kids, and we had like 45 register pretty much overnight to volunteer for a 3 or 4 hour shift. Checked it this morning. We've had even more volunteer. So we may have more volunteers than we have jobs, but we'll find something for them to do if they're willing to work. The National Honor Society, like I said, has a strong presence. We've had staff and elected officials offer to volunteer. So I think we'll be okay on volunteers as long as none of these groups get pulled back for COVID reasons. But we should, as of today, we are okay on volunteers. Entertainment, we've had really good entertainment. Local bands, you'll see that on the next slide. Local bands, the Jacktail Players. If y'all, I know Ronnie was coming up during the time of the Jacktail Players. I don't know if anybody else got to experience them, but they have made a comeback, and so they're going to perform for us. A local dance group from a brand new dance company is going to perform for us. And then, like I said, the additional agricultural education with Blue Ridge Institute, and then Cynthia Martell is working with our some of our cow dairy and beef farmers to have some ag education about the cattle industry. So that's something kind of new and different. Challenges, we have had some challenges with lack of food vendors. The biggest issue being their staffing. So a lot of the food vendors have brick and mortar locations, and them being able to staff a brick and mortar location and a food truck is becoming difficult. This isn't something, just isolated in Franklin County. This is, I know, region-wide, and I assume probably nationwide. We will have food, just maybe not as many options as in previous years. And then communication from other vendors. It's been, like I said, businesses were reopening about the time we're planning this. So just communication has been a little bit, with trying to get vendors has been a little hard. And then COVID, Delta variant, we'll see what happens with that. We'd had a hard time securing a TV sponsor. But so we're having to do paid advertisement this year, as in the past we've been able to do like an in-kind trade. So we are having to pay for TV advertisement this year as opposed to other years. And then I should have put this under successes, but you'll see it on the next slide. We've had quite a few new sponsors come on, and some of them come on and said, hey, we can sponsor you at this level this year, but next year we can go a level up because we'll know ahead of time. So we've had quite a few new sponsors. And this is them. So some of these you'll recognize. Of course, TNT has committed to doing the Cool Bus again. And then JL Gardner Hardwood sponsors the Timber Show, which they've done in the past. B99 will be set up with a remote broadcast. Joel Machinery's always been supportive. Some new ones, Carillion Franklin Memorial came in at $2,500. McAir Lades came in at $1,000. James River Equipment, and then some of we've got a couple, Gilbert Law and American Partners Federal Credit Union and WSLS are all new, and then Farm Bureau and Farm Credit are returning. So one thing that some of the, like McAir Lades is using it as a platform to advertise their open jobs. So, 7,000 or 8,000 people walking by their booth. I think it's smart, personally, that they're using this opportunity. And then entertainment, like I said, we the Harvester Stage, Twin Creek String Band's pretty well known around here. Harwell Grace, they always attract. I tried to pick people who attract a crowd, and so anyways, and then A-List Dance Academy, like I said, that's that brand new dance studio in town. They're bringing their cloggers. Oh, the Junior Appalachian Musicians. I didn't know about this organization until about 2 years ago, but if any of y'all know Jim Mullins, former principal with Franklin County Public Schools, he organizes this program. It's sponsored by the Smith Mountain Lake Arts Association. Is that the name of it? Arts Council. So they have weekly classes and lessons for bluegrass, fiddle, and guitar, which I think is really cool because we didn't have that when I was growing up. It's just $10. I think they have it on Wednesday afternoons for middle school age. And so they're going to perform for us. I saw them perform once last year, like I said, when I was working in Rocky Mountain, created a relationship with them. So they'll come and bring all their parents. Jacktail Players will be back. Unique Sound of the Mountains. If I have any bluegrass fans in here, y'all probably know who they are. Larry Sigmund and Martha Spencer are pretty hard to pin down now, so we're lucky to have them. And then I've got a Saturday PM. The only time slot I had open was 8 p.m. on Saturday, and I've got a musician pending for that. Then I said, like, the Great Lakes Timber Show. My favorite, the All-American Pig Racing is coming back. And then the K9 demos. Attractions, the Midway was available. That was one of the things that we wanted to check on before we committed to having the fair. So they'll bring 15 rides, the competitive exhibits. I put on here, do you have your fruits, vegetables, canned goods ready? So the more entries, the better. The mobile dairy classroom will be there. The agri-zoo kind of will work in conjunction with that. The petting zoo. And then, of course, everybody loves to have a photo with the Virginia Love sign. And I think that's it. Does anybody have any questions about anything? So we tried to pack in as much as we could.
I think y'all did an excellent job for the time frame. I don't think we can argue about that at all. Good work, and thanks. Anybody got any? Leland?
What's it cost for a food vendor?
I think it's $400 up front, but you get $200 of that back once you've done everything. Crossed all your T's, dotted all your I's, all that stuff. So at the end of the day, it's $200. You have like a $200 deposit in addition to that.
And who do they contact?
David Rotenizer.
Okay.
Mike?
Thank you so much for all your hard work, staff's hard work. That's impressive to put all that together in a short period of time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's been a team effort.
Don't mind either one. Go ahead.
Ronnie?
How do you become a judge for the food?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'll ask Carol Haynes. I think the
you don't want to do that.
what is it? The Virginia Master Gardeners, I think, might do that with Carol Haynes and Cynthia Martell.
I'm telling you, man, I've done it before. You don't want to do that.
Too much?
Huh? Oh, you don't want to do that.
All right, I'm going to take advice from my chairman here.
It's up to you, but you don't want to do that.
All right.
All right.
I'll take your advice.
Beth, thank you so much. When we were talking about this back in June, I was very, I was apprehensive that we could pull all this together so quickly. This is outstanding. You and everybody that's been working on this, thank you so much. You're going to make us proud, and we're so thankful for that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. And lots of, I didn't realize until I started how many community, like I said, organizations and partners behind the scenes. And so fingers crossed, everything will come together. But it makes me proud to be working back in Franklin County because I don't think there's a lot of places where everybody would pull together like this.
The community wanted this bad.
Yeah.
You already found that out, but
Yeah.
the community wanted it bad, and y'all nailed this. You knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. Well, to be determined.
Thank you.
30 days from today.
I have one comment. That's the second time I've heard your presentation. You
Yes,
did
it
daggone
is.
good
That's
the
right.
second time too, didn't you? I tell you, I'm proud of you. Like I said, this board is very fortunate to have people like you that have worked so hard, plus everybody else, don't get me wrong, staff, to do this on such short notice. And I'm just amazed. I'm amazed. Now, the other thing is the sheriff's department still going to fix hot dogs and stuff?
Still working on that.
But anyway, thank you and all who got hands in it to do it. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Beth.
Yeah. Mr. Whitlow.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank Beth and thank the staff. And of course, I'd be remiss, and Beth already mentioned this, with special thanks to, reminded of Parks and Recreation specifically on the heavy lifting that they do every year to help with the agricultural fair. And specifically, I know they've got two big weekends coming up. The weekend prior to the agricultural fair is Southwest Antique Farm Days. And of course, that kicks off Friday, September the 10th, I believe, at 9 o'clock. And certainly this board is invited for that, and the community. And I know there's a lot of efforts going on, a lot of activity going on in our parks over the month of September and the fall, and of course always. Just a couple of items, Mr. Chairman, upcoming events. While we're talking about upcoming events, Senator Warner, Mark Warner, will be at the Franklin Center next week. That's August the 24th at 2 p.m. Specifically to talk some about the proposed infrastructure bill that's before Congress, and I think this board heard a little bit about that yesterday. I will say, if any board members interested in attending next week's event, please contact Madeline, and she will make sure she RSVPs and for the board. In addition, I would like to remind the board that the Virginia Association of Counties annual conference is November 14th through the 16th, and Connie has reserved a block of rooms. And of course, if any board member is interested, as soon as you know, let our office know, and we'll make sure that we actually register you for the conference as well. Again, that's November 14th through the 16th. And then just a couple items, Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time. I think we've shared with the board recently and the public that the Virginia Association of Counties recently awarded Franklin County not one, but two Achievement Excellence Awards here in the Commonwealth, which is a high achievement for any locality to receive a VACO award. But when a locality receives two awards in 1 year, it's a big accomplishment for this county and this board and the work that this board and our staff has done. Those two projects specifically were our River of Lights program that was held this past May and June by our Parks and Recreation staff at Wade Park, and repurposing those Christmas lights for our event back in December, and of course repurposing those lights across a river and a nighttime float. And of course the interesting thing on that submittal was there was interest, and we had people from numerous states to attend that event, but we had over millions of hits on the county's marketing social media, which helps promote our great outdoors. In addition to that, our 24/7 library, our vending machine, if you will, our 24/7 library at the Summit View Business Park won an award. I think the VACO committee and the judges specifically thought these were two very creative projects and activities in a time of COVID with social distancing and et cetera, and that the county certainly rose to the occasion on those two specific projects and beat out, I think it was well over 100 entries and only 30 awards, I think, were given. Of course, I mentioned earlier our Digital Counties Award today. So just very proud of the county staff and all the good work that they do, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and really the support that you all give our staff is very appreciated, and we thank you on behalf of the staff. And Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, and I know we have some closed session items today as well.
Thank you, Chris, for that. Mr. Tatum's going to make a motion to go into closed session. We'll do that back in the meeting room in the county administrator's office.
All right, you ready for your motion?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Supervisors enter into a closed meeting in accordance to 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Thank you. Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Hunt.
I keep my phone quiet, yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell. Yes. Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Hoffman. Thank you.
Chris, where's the conference going to be this year?
Real.
It picked up an I-beam, metal I-beam off of a semi-trailer.
We'll call our evening session to order,
Stuck it in the ground.
and we've got a couple of housekeeping things we've got to do. Mr. Tatum.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Need a second, please? Second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on that, please?
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Ms. Smith, have you a motion, please?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion for the Franklin County Board of Supervisors to authorize the county administrator and the county attorney to execute the paperwork necessary to accept settlement of the Mallinckrodt Pharmaceuticals bankruptcy.
Second.
All in favor, Madam Clerk, will you just do a roll call on that because it's got money involved?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes, please. Ask the attorney if he wants to give us the Reader's Digest of what that settlement's about.
Well, Mallinckrodt is one of the two main pharmaceutical companies that have declared bankruptcy, the other being Purdue Pharma. That is a block of money that is coming to us more or less directly. It's approximately $160,000. That's not all of the money that we'll be getting. We already had, of course, the Purdue Pharma bankruptcy, which we approved a few weeks ago, probably our last meeting. And then there's going to be further money which comes to us as a result of sort of a cascade of settlements that's going on right now, and that will go through the State Opioid Recovery Authority, and 15% will come directly to the localities, 15% of each settlement will come to the Commonwealth, and then the other 70% will be used to make grants throughout the state for things like any sorts of local recovery due to opioid impacts and future drug abuse prevention and recovery programs.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, on this one that we have to do for the social services, do you want them separate or together?
The first one where we do an alternate and a primary
Yes,
member,
ma'am.
we can do it together.
Do it together?
Yes, sir.
All right, I need a motion from someone, please, that these were both social services employees. Angel Bausman, the assistant director, go on as primary, and Anita Tony Turner go on as alternate, the acting director, and it's for the CPMT school representative for our county.
So moved. Second motion, so moved.
Second. Got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign? Thank you. I need a motion for, to go on as an alternate representative for the CPMT school representative, Marcy Altizer, from the mental health coordinator.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Madam Clerk,
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, I think that was Marcy Altus,
Yeah.
I believe.
did I say the wrong name?
That's
I'm
okay,
sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I think.
What did I say?
Altizer.
Altizer, but I think it's Altus.
It's Altus.
Altis, it is Altis,
Yeah.
ALTICE.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, here's your paperwork.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. All right.
Aging Services.
And Mr. Tatum has an appointment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that Pauline Nicholson be added to the Aging Services Committee as an at-large member instead of the Blue Ridge District member.
Yes, sir. Got a
So
second?
moved. Second.
All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any noes?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir, I'd like to see Andy of Aging Services at Large.
You got a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, is that everybody?
Sure,
Got it.
that's what I have.
I didn't miss any, correct? All right, on our public hearings tonight, if there's anyone here in regards to the J. Shock applicant for SML Partners LLC, that has been asked to be continued until next month. September 21st meeting. All right, so I just wanted to tell that up front so everything would be taken care of there. All right, Mike Burnett, public hearing on the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just here to answer any questions that the board might have. As you know, back in March, you approved making an application to the Department of Housing and Community Development for a CDBG grant in the amount of $103,000. That funding would be used by the Free Clinic as well as STEP and Aging Services to provide services to the community. We have, as part of the CDBG process, need to do 2 public hearings. One was held on July 28th, and then this one here tonight in front of the board would be the second public hearing. So if the board would so choose to hear public comment related to that project, that would be fantastic, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Burnett? All right, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone here wish to speak? Madam Clerk? Excuse me. Seeing none, we'll go back into closed session. What's your pleasure?
Right.
We don't need to vote on it? Okay.
But you do have one item next that you'll need to vote on.
We gotta vote on this one, don't we?
Related policies. I think Mr. Burnett has that one too, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Burnett, you got the policy?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for doing the public hearing. So another part of the CDBG process is that the board has to adopt some regulations or policies. They've been included in your board packet. These are standard forms and requirements to receive the funding. What you have in front of you is a Section 3 Business Employment Plan, non-discrimination policy, a fair housing certification, and Section 504 grievance procedure. These are all policies done at the state level that are required by the federal requirements as well. So I'd be glad to answer any questions the board has on those. These are policies that you adopt each time that you do a CDBG grant. And usually they are good for about 5 years, but it's been a while since we've had a CDBG grant. So just needed to do that.
Anyone with any questions for Mr. Burnett? All right, seeing none, we'll open it for public comment. Madam Clerk,
We actually don't need to do a public hearing for this.
on this one?
It's
Yep, just a straight vote.
Straight vote, okay. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion, if I may, to approve the attached Section 3 Business and Employment Plan, non-discrimination policy, fair housing certification, and Section 504 grievance procedure as presented.
Second.
We got a second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or the county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and they're not a function of the local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chairs may rule the speaker out of order, and upon second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first speaker?
Mr. Jerry Connor.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Connor, and I live at 400 Winfield Lane in Wirtz. Mao Zedong, also known as Chairman Mao. During the early 1900s, Mao was the founder and leader of the Chinese Peasants and Workers' Red Army. During this time, Mao ensured his armies were equipped to carry out his orders. Ultimately, in 1943, Mao became the leader of the Chinese Communist Party. Mao thought he could catapult his country past his competitors in the Great Leap Forward. He did this by herding people into villages across the country into tremendous communes. He did this in pursuit of a utopian paradise. Everything was collectivized. People had their work, home, land, belongings, weapons, and livelihood taken from them. In collective canteens, food was distributed by the spoonful according to merit, and became a weapon to use to force people to follow the party's every dictate. As incentives to work were removed, coercion and violence were used instead to compel the farmers to perform labor on poorly planned irrigation projects while their fields were neglected. What comes out of this is a tale of horror, in which Mao emerges as one of the greatest mass murderers in history, responsible for the deaths of over 45 million people between 1958 and 1962. During the land reform campaigns, large numbers of landlords and rich peasants were beaten to death at mass meetings organized by the Communist Party, as land was taken from them and given to poorer peasants. This was supposed to reduce economic inequality. The campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries targeted and publicly executed former Kuomintang officials, businessmen accused of disturbing the market, and former employees of Western companies, and finally intellectuals whose loyalty was suspect. In 1976, the State Department estimated as many as 1 million were killed in the land reform campaigns and 800,000 in the counter-revolutionary campaign. In the early 1960s, Mao also proclaimed a cultural revolution in which gangs of Red Guards, young men and women between the ages of 14 and 21, roamed cities targeting revisionists and other enemies of the state, especially teachers. The Red Guard ranks swelled to more than 2 million at its peak. Professors were dressed in grotesque clothes, dunce caps, and their faces were smeared with ink. Some were beaten to death, and some even eaten, all for the promulgation of Maoism. Reluctantly, Mao finally called in the Red Army to put down the marauding Red Guard after they began attacking Communist Party leaders, but not before 1 million more Chinese died. This is a sad, tragic example of people who do not have the freedom or the means to protect themselves. Thank you.
Mr. Brian Wood.
Good evening. My name is Brian Wood. I live at 310 Bailey Boulevard in Hardy. I'm the elected chairman of the Franklin County Militia. Our proposal that we presented last month included 3 resolutions that we are asking for you to consider. In summary, number 1, a statement that affirms the Board of Supervisors intend to uphold the Second Amendment and Article 1, Section 13 of the Virginia Constitution. Number 2, a statement that the county may initiate or support a legal process against any infringement. Number 3, a statement that affirms the founders' intent for the purpose of a militia and the intent of the board to advocate for the preservation of our constitutionally affirmed rights. The board can do this by A, declining to expend county resources to enforce any infringements of our rights. This is a statement of action that affirms that modern sporting rifles in common use are necessary to fulfill a citizen's responsibility to train for service in the unorganized militia. B, stating that the board recognizes and affirms the rights of all citizens to assemble to train for service in the unorganized militia, regardless of whether or not the militia is ever mustered to service. C, stating that the board supports and encourages all citizens to assemble and practice skills that enhance the citizen's ability to respond to any crisis, natural or man-made. That's it. Pretty plain and simple. We are asking you to make statements to not expend county resources in any attempt to infringe our rights, and to consider initiating or participating in a legal process against any entity that infringes the rights of any citizen of Franklin County. It has been argued that the board has already passed a Pro 2A resolution and that no further action is needed. Some of us realize that this feel-good resolution has no force of law whatsoever. It does not offer the individual citizen the basis for a legal argument when the inevitable infringement of rights begins. Our proposals, however, do offer a pathway for the individual to present an argument that their responsibility and right to prepare and train for service in the unorganized militia includes the right to possess certain modern sporting rifles that are necessary tools required for such service, should the militia ever be mustered. The idea is based upon the writings of a constitutional scholar and attorney, Dr. Edwin Vieira, who holds 4 degrees from Harvard University. A resolution that is almost identical to ours was passed by the Bedford County Board of Supervisors in May of 2020. Their attorneys gave opinions that this resolution did not violate the Dillon Rule, and it did not open the county to liability. Yet, unlike the 2A resolution, it offers the individual citizen the necessary foundation for a legal defense against any attempted infringements restricting the possession of certain firearms, reclaiming the long-abandoned rights of militia service and preparing for militia service, and making them common practice again, a right enshrined in Article 1, Section 13 of the Virginia Constitution. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our ideas to you.
Thank you.
Miss Glenna Moore?
Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore, and I am a Rocky Mount resident. Booker T. Washington described slavery in Franklin County when he wrote, "The thing in connection with slavery that has left the deepest impression on me was the instance of seeing a grown man, my uncle, tied to a tree early one morning, stripped naked, and someone whipping him with a cowhide. As each blow touched his back, the cry, 'Pray, Master, pray, Master,' came from his lips and made an impression upon me that I shall carry to my grave." Between 1950 and 1970, Virginia history books taught you and me that a feeling of strong affection existed between masters and their slaves. These textbooks taught that a slave did not work so hard as the average free laborer, since the slave did not have to worry about losing his job. During the first years of school desegregation in Franklin County, I remember being a 13-year-old black girl sitting in the classroom of a certain white Franklin County Junior High School social studies teacher who described slavery as compassionate, the Civil War as the war of northern aggression, and that being enslaved in Virginia was better than being free in Africa. A Richmond Times-Dispatch article by Rex Springston described that these textbooks had Confederate-friendly lost cause ideology and reached more than 1 million students between 4th and 11th grades from 1957 through the 1970s, and that the indoctrination expressed in the books are still widespread today and crop up in debates over Confederate monuments. Though slavery was not legal during this time, it was legal for African Americans to be demeaned and humiliated with racial segregation. I grew up in Franklin County when segregation was accepted by white citizens in schools, restaurants, hotels, movie theaters, employment, housing, parks, the library, swim clubs, country clubs, water fountains, restrooms, and there were Klan rallies. Kroger came to Rocky Mount around 1971, but it wasn't until black citizens picketed and boycotted that Kroger and other businesses finally started hiring African Americans. If you were educated in Virginia during this era, chances are, you thought these behaviors and policies were normal and acceptable, and maybe even supported by the Bible. So it's very likely that you believe the Confederate statue on our courthouse lawn represents the best of Franklin County history and culture. I believe it represents the most troubling aspects of our Franklin County history and culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all that I have signed up, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone else here that would like to address the board on a matter of concern? Anyone at all? All right, we'll close the public comment. I will take a 5-minute break to do some, then we'll come back and have other matters by supervisors and close our meeting out. 5 minutes, please. Okay?
You better get a hand truck. You better get a hand truck if you're gonna get time. Don't you think?
No incidences of either one.
No, that's not worried.
All right, thank y'all for indulging me there for a minute, but had a couple things to do. Y'all know what it was. Okay, other matters by supervisors. Mr. Leland Mitchell, he's got something to start with.
Yes, sir. I asked, and I've had contact with a dairy farmer over the last probably 2 or 3 years that has a solar farm, and he has asked for some relief on his taxes, and he's not, I think we're in a position to, with his request and the fact that the dairy business, which we're all aware of, is progressing downhill pretty fast. And I just think that we as a board give him an answer one way or the other. And I don't think we have to do it tonight, but I think with his request and over a long period of time that we should at least give him some respect.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Twillow, do you need a consensus on that too?
Yeah, I think
for
so.
Staff to do some work on that?
I think so, Mr. Thompson, if that's the pleasure of the board. May I suggest the board at your upcoming September 20th work session, of course, we'll focus on redistricting, but we also will hear an update on the solar ordinance. I understand this matter is more of a taxing matter in terms of someone who's requested some tax relief regarding solar. And so, you know, if it's the pleasure of the board, certainly we can bring back information to the board at that point or in a future packet communication. It's just whatever the pleasure of the board is. I think what Supervisor Mitchell is speaking of specifically, the Virginia Code, of course, gives localities the authority to offer relief to those with solar energy, primarily for residential purposes, but potentially agricultural purposes. And so I know at some point we were working through our solar update to our solar ordinance with the Planning Commission, which is kind of a separate but concurrent parallel matter, if you will. So staff can work to prepare a memo and explain this further in a communication to the board and an upcoming communication, as well as if it's the consensus of the board, we certainly can have a discussion at a future meeting, whatever the pleasure of the board may be.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mitchell, I think this is the same individual you and I have both been perhaps working with for the last year or so. So I agree. I mean, I think an answer or some, I'm in a place now, I've got a comment back to him. Received something yesterday. So I think we need to make some decisions. I just don't know if they need to be concurrent with our adoption of our ordinance, which that's why I've kind of been holding off, at least in the interim.
So it's the consensus of the board for staff to look into this and come back with an answer.
And a couple comments. He's not selling any electricity. It's strictly for farm use, and my understanding is there's some other farmers in the county that are looking to install this because of hopefully they can get some savings.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. I think what Mr. Leland Mitchell is referring to, this particular property is not necessarily selling energy back to the grid like what you would think is a large-scale solar facility. It's more of a residential or agricultural based for specific uses on that property. But we can put some information together and further explain that to a communication to the board, and if it's the consensus, we can, again, bring that information back.
Thank you. Mr. Carter?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of quick items. As you all know, we closed the trash site on Blackwater River, and a lot of that has moved up to Grassy Hill. I'm receiving a lot of phone calls, complaints about that site now. I would like to see the board move forward with the compaction site completion up there on Grassy Hill, which I think was slotted several years ago, and I think it's time we step up to the plate and move forward on that. It would eliminate a lot of trash hauling. We already have a problem with getting drivers, and I think it's time to do that. And one quick comment referring back to the Glade Hill fire discussion this morning, I think it's very important moving forward that we get that memorandum of understanding ironed out with the Glade Hill volunteer firefighters. I think that's a key piece in our problem there. There's a lot of misunderstanding that's gone on between these different groups, and I think we need to iron that out, and hopefully then we can move forward with that project in some manner. And that's all I have.
This is just for information. Yesterday I talked with Mr. Smith, and he told me that he hoped next week to start putting out some requests to get some of these jobs before the asphalt plant's closed, and talking about your compaction site.
Yeah.
So he has got that on the making,
And there is a...
staff will maybe get a more up-to-date
I
timeframe.
think there's a little bit of a problem maybe with sight distance in the highway up there getting in and out, and that's probably going to have to be addressed also.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Tony?
Yes, I agree with that we, especially in the Union Hall area, as we get more and more building stuff going on, that we need to push hard for trash compact station there. Because if the future holds what I think it holds, we're going to need it pretty badly. So I'd like to keep pushing for compact station for the Union Hall district. I think we're trying to, with some land we were looking at was right expensive, so I think we're going another route, but I still want to keep pushing to get that trash compact station there.
But my question that I had is, like I've already told you, he answered it yesterday with that, so that was mine. David.
Good.
Smith?
Just a couple. I failed to mention this when VDOT was here, if staff can take care of it for me. At 5607 Dillon's Mill Road, there's a culvert in need of repair. If you guys can let VDOT know, they need to fix that. I think there's maybe been a couple accidents at this specific culvert. At the last meeting, I asked for the report from FERC on their site visit at the end of Dillon's Mill Road. I haven't received that yet. I'd like to see that report just to see if they actually visited the day before I was up there, like the pipeline people told me they did. And can we get an update on Diamond Avenue Extension, please?
Mr. Carter?
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly where that stands at this time. My understanding is staff had sort of worked out a possible solution and then hit a snag with a landowner offering an easement, and that was the last update I had on it.
So, like I've said before, I think we owe it to Supervisor Carter to, just because we hit a snag doesn't mean that we necessarily just stop trying. I think we owe it to Supervisor Carter and his constituents out there to find a different solution, and owe it to the citizens to try to help them out. And I'm gonna ride Supervisor Carter's coattail on that one and help him see it through to get that large group of constituents that he has on the other side of the railroad tracks taken care of. I don't want us to just give up because we hit a snag. I don't like that.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Yes, sir. That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? All right, don't forget to get with Madam Clerk for the date so we can have a work session for the Lake Hill Fire Station. And give her some dates and she'll get back with everybody on a time. We will be adjourned until, unless we hear further from Madam Clerk, until the 30th at 3 o'clock for the broadband meeting. Thank y'all. You gotta go to work, what time?
I've got to be 4:10, so I'm gonna go home and try to take a nap. Might be interesting.
Sounds like it.